brighter, and his countenance more gay, which made the jeweler know that the good slave came to tell him some news that favored his amour. The jeweler, having taken his place again near the prince, said to him, smiling, "I see, prince, you have important affairs at the Caliph's palace." The Prince of Persia was astonished and alarmed at this discourse, and answered the jeweler, "Why do you judge that I have affairs at the Caliph's palace?" "I judge," replied the jeweler, "by the slave that is gone forth." "To whom, think you, belongs this slave?" said the prince. "To Shamselnahar, the Caliph's favorite," answered the jeweler. "I know," continued he, "both the slave and her mistress, who have several times done me the honor to come to my house, and buy jewels. Besides, I know that Shamselnahar keeps nothing secret from this slave, and I have seen her go and come for several days along the streets, very much troubled, which made me imagine that it was upon some affair of consequence concerning her mistress." The jeweler's words did much trouble the Prince of Persia. He would not say so, said he to himself, if he did not suspect, or rather know, my secret. He remained silent for some time, not knowing what to answer. At length he said to the jeweler, "You have told me those things which make me believe that you know yet more than you have acquainted me with. It will tend much to my quiet if I be perfectly informed. I conjure you, therefore, not to dissemble." Then the jeweler, who desired no better, gave him a particular account of what had passed between Ibn Thahir and himself, so that he let him know that he was informed of his correspondence with Shamselnahar, and forgot not to tell him that Ibn Thahir was afraid of the danger of being his confidant in the matter, which was partly the occasion of his retiring to Balsora, to stay till the storm which he feared should he over. This he has done, added the jeweler, and I am surprised how he could determine to abandon you in the condition he informed me you was in. As for me, Prince, I confess I am moved with compassion towards you, and am come to offer you my service, and if you do me the favor to accept of it, I engage myself to be as faithful to you as Ibn Thahir. Besides, I promise to be more constant. I am ready to sacrifice my honor and life for you, and, in fine, that you may not doubt my sincerity, I swear, by all that is sacred in our religion, to keep your secret inviolable. Be persuaded, then, that you will find in me the friend that you have lost." This discourse encouraged the prince, and comforted him under Ibn Thahir's absence. "I am very glad," said he to the jeweler, "to find in you a reparation of my loss. I want words to express the obligations I am under to you. I pray God to recompense your generosity, and I accept your obliging offer with all my heart. Believe it," continued he, "that Shamselnahar's confidant came to speak to me concerning you. She told me that it was you who advised Ibn Thahir to go from Baghdad. These were the last words she spoke to me when she went away, and had almost persuaded me of it. But do not resent it, for I doubt not but she is deceived after what you have told me." "Prince," replied the jeweler, "I have had the honor to give you a faithful account of my conversation with Ibn Thahir. It is true, when he told me he would return to Balsora, I did not oppose his design, but said he was a wise and prudent man, and, that this may not hinder you from putting confidence in me, I am ready to serve you with all imaginable zeal, which though you do otherwise, this shall not hinder me from keeping your secret religiously according to my oath. I have already told you, replied the prince, that I would not believe what the confidant said. It is her zeal that inspired her with this groundless suspicion, and you ought to excuse it, as I do. They continued their conversation for some time, and consulted together of convenient means to continue the prince's correspondence with Shemselnahar. They agreed to begin by disabusing the confidant, who was so unjustly prepossessed against the jeweler. The prince engaged to undeceive her the first time she returned, and to entreat her to engage herself to the jeweler, that she might bring the letters, or any other information, from her mistress to him. In fine, they agreed that she ought not to come so frequently to the prince's house, because she might thereby give occasion to discover that which was of so great importance to conceal. At last the jeweler rose, and, after having again prayed the Prince of Persia to have an entire confidence in him, retired. The jeweler, returning to his house, perceived before him a letter which somebody had dropped in the street. He took it up, and, not being sealed, he opened it, and found that it contained as follows. Letter from Shemselnahar to the Prince of Persia. I am informed by my confidant of a piece of news which troubles me no less than it does you. By losing Ibn Thahir, we have indeed lost much, but let this not hinder you, dear prince, thinking to preserve yourself. If our confidant has abandoned us through a slavish fear, let us consider that it is a misfortune which we could not avoid. I confess Ibn Thahir has left us at a time when we need him most, but let us fortify ourselves by patience against this unlooked-for accident, and let us not forbear to love one another constantly. Fortify your heart against this misfortune. Nobody can obtain what they desire without trouble. Let us not discourage ourselves, but hope that heaven will favor us, and that, after so many afflictions, we shall come to a happy accomplishment of our desires. Adieu. While the jeweler was conversing with the Prince of Persia, the confidant had time to return to the palace, and tell her mistress the ill news of Ibn Thahir's departure. Shemselnahar immediately wrote this letter, and sent back her confidant with it to the Prince of Persia, but she negligently dropped it. The jeweler was glad to find it, for it was a good way to set him right with the confidant, and bring him to the point he desired. When he had read it, he perceived the slave, who sought it with a great deal of uneasiness, looking about everywhere. He closed it again quickly, and put it into his bosom, but the slave took notice of it, and ran to him. Sir, said she, I have dropped the letter which you had just now in your hand. I beseech you be pleased to restore it. The jeweler, taking no notice that he heard her, continued his way till he came to his house. He did not shut the door behind him, that the confidant, who followed him, might come in. She accordingly did so, and when she came to his chamber, Sir, said she to him, you can make no use of the letter you have found, and you would make no difficulty in returning it to me, if you knew from whom it came, and to whom it is directed. Besides, let me tell you, you cannot honestly keep it. Before the jeweler answered the confidant, he made her sit down, and said to her, is not this letter from Shemselnahar, and directed to the Prince of Persia? The slave, who expected no such question, blushed. "The question puzzles you," replied he, "but I assure you I do not propose it rashly. I could have given you the letter in the street, but I suffered you to follow me, on purpose that I might discourse with you. Tell me, is it just to impute an unhappy accident to people who no ways contributed towards it? Yet this you have done, in telling the Prince of Persia that it was I who counseled Ibn Thahir to leave Baghdad for his own safety. I do not intend to lose time in justifying myself to you. It is enough that the Prince of Persia is fully persuaded of my innocence in this matter. I will only tell you, that instead of contributing to Ibn Thahir's departure, I have been extremely afflicted at it, not so much for my friendship to him, as out of compassion for the condition in which he left the Prince of Persia, whose correspondence with Shamselnahar he has acknowledged to me. As soon as I knew certainly that Ibn Thahir was gone from Baghdad, I presented myself to the prince, in whose house you found me, to inform him of this news, and to offer him the same service which he did him, and, provided you put the same confidence in me that you did in Ibn Thahir, you may serve yourself by my assistance. Inform your mistress of what I have told you, and assure her, that if I should die for engaging in so dangerous an intrigue, I will rejoice to have sacrificed myself for two lovers so worthy of each other." The confidant, after having heard the jeweler with great satisfaction, begged him to pardon her the ill opinion she had conceived of him, out of the zeal she had for her mistress. "I am extremely glad," added she, "that Shamselnahar and the prince have found you, who are a man fit to supply Ibn Thahir's place, and I shall not fail to signify to my mistress the goodwill you bear her." After the confidant had testified to the jeweler her joy to see him so well disposed to serve Shamselnahar and the Prince of Persia, the jeweler took the letter out of his bosom, and restored it to her, saying, "Go, carry it quickly to the Prince of Persia, and come back this way, that I may see the answer. Forget not to give him an account of our conversation." The confidant took the letter, and carried it to the prince, who answered it immediately. She returned to the jeweler's house to show him the answer, which was this: the Prince of Persia's answer to Shamselnahar. "Your precious letter had a great effect upon me, but not so great as I could wish. You endeavor to comfort me for the loss of Ibn Thahir, but, alas! Sensible as I am of this, it is the least of my troubles. You know my malady, and that your presence only can cure me. When will the time come that I shall enjoy it without fear of being ever deprived of it? Oh, how long does it seem to me! But shall we rather flatter ourselves that we may see one another? You command me to preserve myself, I will obey, since I have renounced my own will to follow yours. Adieu." After the jeweler had read this letter, he gave it again to the confidant, who said, when she was going away, "I will tell my mistress to put the same confidence in you that she did in Ibn Thahir, and you shall hear of me tomorrow." Accordingly, next day, she returned with a pleasant countenance. "Your very look," said he to her, "informs me that you have brought Shamselnahar to what you wished." "That is true," said the confidant, "and you shall hear how I effected it. Yesterday," continued she, "I found Shamselnahar expecting me with impatience. I gave her the Prince of Persia's letter, which she read with tears in her eyes, and when she had done, I observed she had abandoned herself to her usual sorrow. Madam, said I, it is doubtless Ibn Thahir's removal that troubles you, but suffer me to conjure you, in the name of God, not to concern yourself any further about that matter. We have found another who offers to oblige you with as much zeal, and, what is yet more important, with greater courage than I mentioned you, continued the slave, and acquainted her with the motive which made you go to the Prince of Persia's house. In short, I assured her that you would inviolably keep the secret betwixt her and the Prince of Persia, and that you was resolved to favor their amours with all your might. She seemed to me much relieved by my discourse. Ah! What obligations, said she, are the Prince of Persia and I under to that honest man you speak of? I must see him, that I may hear from his own mouth what you tell me, and thank him for such an unheard of piece of generosity towards persons with whom he is no way obliged to concern himself. A sight of him will please me, and I will not omit any thing to confirm him in those good sentiments. Do not fail to bring him tomorrow. Therefore, pray, sir, go with me lo the palace. The confident's discourse perplexed the jeweler. Your mistress, replied he, must allow me to say, that she has not thought well of what she requires. Ibn Thahir's access to the caliph gave him admission everywhere, and the officers, who knew him, suffered him to go and come freely to Shemselnahar's palace, but, as for me, how dare I enter? You see well enough that it is not possible. I entreat you to represent those reasons to Shemselnahar which hinder me giving her that satisfaction, and acquaint her with all the ill consequences that would result from it. If she considers it ever so little, she will find that it would expose me needlessly to very great danger. The confident endeavored to encourage the jeweler. Believe me, said he, that Shemselnahar is not so unreasonable as to expose you to the least danger, from whom she expects such considerable services. Consider with yourself that there is not the least appearance of hazard. My mistress and I are too much interested in this affair to involve you in any danger. You may depend upon me, and leave yourself to my conduct. After the affair is over, you will confess to me that your fear was groundless. The jeweler hearkened to the confident's discourse, and got up to follow her, but, notwithstanding his natural courage, he was seized with such terror that his whole body trembled. In the condition you are in, said she, I perceive it will be better for you to stay at home, and that Shemselnahar take other measures to see you. It is not to be doubted but that, to satisfy her desire, she will come hither herself. The case being so, sir, I would not have you to go, as I am persuaded it will not be long before she comes to you. The confident foresaw this very well, for she no sooner informed Shemselnahar of the jeweler's fear than she made ready to go to his house. He received her with all the marks of profound respect. When she sat down, being a little fatigued with walking, she unveiled herself, and discovered to the jeweler such beauty as made him acknowledge that the Prince of Persia was excusable in giving his heart to her. Then she saluted the jeweler with a graceful countenance, and said to him, I am informed with what zeal you have engaged in the Prince of Persia's concerns and mine, but Without immediately forming a design to express my gratitude, I thank heaven, which has so soon made up Ibn Thahir's loss. Shamselnahar said several other obliging things to the jeweler. After which she returned to her palace. The jeweler went immediately to give an account of this visit to the Prince of Persia, who said to him, as soon as he saw him, I have expected you impatiently. The trusty slave has brought me a letter from her mistress, but she does not comfort me, whatever the lovely. Shamselnahar says, I dare not hope for anything, my patience is at an end, I know not now what measures to take. Ibn Thahir's departure makes me despair, he was my only support, I lost all by losing him, for I flattered myself with some hopes by reason of his access to Shamselnahar. After these words, which the prince pronounced with so much eagerness that he gave the jeweler no time to interrupt him, he said to the prince, no man can bear a greater share of your affliction than I do, and if you will have patience to hear me, you will perceive that I am capable of giving you ease. Upon this, the prince became silent, and hearkened to him. I see very well, said the jeweler, that the only thing to give you satisfaction is to fall upon a way that you may converse freely with Shamselnahar. This I will procure you, and tomorrow will set about it. You must by no means expose yourself to enter Shamselnahar's palace, you know by experience the danger of that. I know a very fit place for this interview, where you shall be safe. When the jeweler had spoken thus, the prince embraced him with a transport of joy. You revive, said he, by this charming promise, an unhappy lover who was resolved to die. I see that you have fully repaired the loss of Ibn Thahir, whatever you do will be well done, I leave myself entirely to you. The prince, after thanking the jeweler for his zeal, returned home, and next morning Shamselnahar's confidant came to him. He told her that he had put the Prince of Persia in hopes that he should see Shamselnahar speedily. I am come purposely, answered she, to take measures with you for that end. I think, continued she, this house will be convenient enough for their interview. I could receive them very well here, replied he, but I think they will have more liberty in another house of mine, where nobody lives at present. I will quickly furnish it for receiving them. Since the matter is so, replied the confidant, there remains nothing for me to do but to make Shamselnahar consent to it. I will go tell her, and return speedily with an answer. She was as diligent as her promise, and, returning to the jeweler, told him that her mistress would not fail to keep the appointment in the evening. In the meantime she gave him a purse of money to prepare a collation. He sent her immediately to the house where the lovers were to meet, that she might know whither to bring her mistress, and when she was gone, he went to borrow from his friends vessels of gold and silver, tapestry, rich cushions, and other furniture, with which he furnished the house very magnificently, and, when he had put all things in order, went to the Prince of Persia. You may easily conceive the Prince of Persia's joy, when the jeweler told him that he came to conduct him to the house he had prepared to receive him and Shamselnahar. This news obliterated all his former trouble. He put on a magnificent robe, and went without his retinue along with the jeweler, who led him through several by streets, that nobody might observe him, and at last brought him to the house, where they discoursed together until Shamselnahar came. They did not stay long for this passionate lover. She came after evening prayers, with her confidant and 2 other slaves. The excessive joy that seized those 2 lovers, when they saw one another, it is altogether impossible to express. They sat down together upon the sofa for some time, without being able to speak. They were so much overjoyed, but when speech returned to them, they soon made up for their silence. They expressed themselves with so much tenderness, as made the jeweler, the confidant, and the 2 other slaves, weep. The jeweler, however, restrained his tears to think upon the collation, which he brought. The lovers ate and drank a little, after which they again sat down on the sofa. Shamselnahar asked the jeweler if he had a lute, or any other instrument. The jeweler, who took care to provide all that might please them, brought her a lute, which she took some time to tune, and then played. While Shamselnahar was thus charming the Prince of Persia, and expressing her passion by words composed extempore, a great noise was heard, and immediately the slave whom the jeweler brought with him appeared in a terrible fright, to tell him that some people were breaking up the gate, that he asked who it was, but instead of an answer, the blows were redoubled. The jeweler, being alarmed, left Shamselnahar and the prince, to go and inform himself of the truth of this bad news. There was already got into the court a company of men armed with bayonets and scimitars, who had entered privately, and, having broken up the gate, came straight towards him. He stood close to a wall for fear of his life, and saw 10 of them pass without being perceived by them, and, finding that he could give no help to the Prince of Persia and Shamselnahar, he satisfied himself with bewailing them, and fled for refuge to a neighbor's house, who was not yet gone to bed. He did not doubt that this unexpected violence was by the Caliph's order, who, he thought, had been informed of his favorite's meeting with the Prince of Persia. He heard a great noise in his own house, which continued till midnight, and when all was quiet, as he thought, he prayed his neighbor to lend him a scimitar, and, being thus armed, went on till he came to the gate of his own house. He entered the court, full of fear, and perceived a man, who asked him who he was. He knew by his voice that it was his own slave. "How didst thou do?" said he, to avoid being taken by the watch. "Sir," answered the slave, "I hid myself in a corner of the court, and I went out as soon as I heard the noise. But it was not the watch who broke your house, they were highwaymen, who within these few days robbed another in this neighborhood. They have doubtless had notice of the rich furniture you brought hither, and had that in their view." The jeweler thought his slave's conjecture probable. He entered the house, and saw that the highwayman had taken all the furniture out of the chamber where he received Shamselnahar and her lover, that they had also carried off the vessels of gold and silver, and, in a word, had left nothing. "Being in this condition, O heaven," cried he, "I am irrecoverably undone. What will my friends say, and what excuse can I make, when I tell them that highwaymen have broken into my house, and robbed me of all that they generously lent me? I shall never be able to make up their loss. Besides, what has become of Shamselnahar and the Prince of Persia? This business will be so public, that it is impossible but it must reach the Caliph's ears. He will get notice of this meeting, and I shall fall a sacrifice to his fury." The slave, who loved him, endeavored to comfort him thus, as to Shamselnahar, said he, the highwaymen probably would content themselves to strip her, and you have reason to think that she is retired to her palace with her slaves. The Prince of Persia is probably in the same condition, so that you have reason to hope that the Caliph will never know of this adventure. As for the loss your friends have sustained, that is a misfortune which you could not avoid. They know very well the highwaymen to be so numerous, that they have not only pillaged the house I have already spoken of, but many other houses of the principal noblemen of the court, and they are not ignorant that, notwithstanding the orders given to apprehend them, nobody has yet been able to seize any of them. You will be acquitted by restoring your friends the value of the things that are stolen. And, blessed be God, you have enough left. Waiting till day, the jeweler ordered the slave to mend the gate of the house, which was broken up, as well as he could, after which he returned to his ordinary house with his slave, making sad reflections on what had befallen him. Ibn Thahir, said he to himself, has been wiser than I, he foresaw the misfortune into which I have blindly thrown myself, would to God I had never meddled in this intrigue, which I fear will cost me my life. It was scarcely day, when the report of the robbery had spread through the city, and there came to the house a great many of the jeweler's friends and neighbors, to testify their grief for this misfortune, but were curious to know the particulars. He thanked them for their affection, and was so much the better satisfied, that he heard nobody speak of Shamselnahar or the Prince of Persia, which made him believe they were at their houses, or in some secure place. When the jeweler was alone, his servants brought him something to eat, but he could not taste a bit. About noon one of his slaves came to tell him that a man was at the gate, whom he knew not, and desired to speak with him. The jeweler, not willing to receive a stranger into his house, rose up, and went to speak with him. Though you do not know me, said the man, I know you, and am come to discourse with you on an important affair. The jeweler prayed him to step in. No, answered the stranger, if you please, rather take the trouble to go with me to your other house. How know you, replied the jeweler, that I have another house? I know well enough, answered the stranger, follow me, do not fear anything, I have something to communicate to you which will please you. The jeweler went immediately with him, and after he had considered by the way how the house they were going to was robbed, he said to him that it was not fit to receive him. When they were before the house, and the stranger saw the gate half broken down, he said to the jeweler, I see you have told me the truth, I will carry you to a place which will be more convenient. He went on when he had spoken thus, and walked all the rest of the day without stopping. The jeweler being weary with walking, vexed to see night approach, and the stranger having walked all day without acquainting him where he was going, began to lose patience. Then they came to a path which led them to the Tigris, and as soon as they came to the river, they crossed in a little boat. The stranger led the jeweler through a long street, where he had never been before, and, after taking him through several streets, stopped at a gate, which he opened. He caused the jeweler to go in, shut the gate, bolted it with a huge iron bolt, and then conducted him to a chamber, where there were 10 other men, all as great strangers to the jeweler as his conductor. The 10 men received the jeweler without any compliments. They bid him sit down, of which he had great need, for he was not only weak with walking so far, but the fear he was in, on finding himself with people whom he thought he had reason to dread, would have disabled him from standing. They waited for their leader to supper, and, as soon as he came, it was served up. They washed their hands, obliging the jeweler to do the like, and to sit at table with them. After supper, the men asked him if he knew to whom he spoke. He answered, no, and that he knew not the place he was in. Tell us your last night's adventure, said they to him, and conceal nothing from us. The jeweler, being astonished at this discourse, answered, Gentlemen, it is probable you know it already. That is true, replied they, the young man and the young lady, who were at your house yesternight, told it us, but we would know it from your own mouth. The jeweler needed no more to be informed that they were the highwaymen who had broken up and plundered his house. Gentlemen, said he, I am much troubled for that young man and the lady, can you tell me anything of them? Upon the jeweler's inquiry if they knew anything of the young man and the young lady, the thieves answered, Be not concerned for them, they are safe enough, and in good health, which saying, they showed him 2 closets, where they assured him they were separately shut up. They added, We are informed you only know what relates to them, which we no sooner came to understand, than we showed them all imaginable respect, and were so far from doing them any injury, that we treated them with all the kindness we were capable of on your account. You may secure yourself the like favor, proceeded they, in regard to your own person, and put all manner of confidence in us without the least reserve. The jeweler, being heartened at this, and overjoyed to hear that the Prince of Persia and Shemselnahar were safe, resolved to engage the thieves yet further in their interest. For this purpose he commended them, flattered them, and gave them 1,000 benedictions. Gentlemen, said he, I must confess I have not the honor of knowing you, yet it is no small happiness to me that I am not wholly unknown to you, and I can never be sufficiently grateful for the favors which that knowledge has procured me at your hands. Without mentioning so great an act of humanity as that I lately received from you, I must needs say, I am fully persuaded that no persons in the world can be so proper to be trusted with a secret, and none more fit to undertake a great enterprise, which you can best bring to a good issue by your zeal, courage, and intrepidity. In confidence of these great and good qualities, which are so much your due, I will not scruple to relate to you my whole history, with that of the 2 persons you found in my house. After the jeweler had thus secured, as he thought, the thieves to secrecy, he made no scruple to relate to them the whole amour of the Prince of Persia and Shemselnahar, from the beginning of it to the time he received them into his house. The thieves were greatly astonished at the surprising particulars they heard, and could not forbear crying out, How is it possible that the young man should be the illustrious Ali el-Bakar, Prince of Persia, and the young lady the fair and celebrated Shemselnahar? The jeweler assured them nothing was more certain, and that they needed not to think it strange that persons of so distinguished a character should not care to be known. Upon this assurance of their quality, the thieves went immediately, one after the other, and threw themselves at their feet, imploring pardon, and begging them to believe they would never have offered any violence to their persons, had they known who they were, but, seeing they did not, they would by their future conduct do their best endeavors to make some recompense, at least for the crime they had thus ignorantly committed. Having made profound reverences, they returned to the jeweler, and told him they were heartily sorry they could not restore all that had been taken from him, some part of it being out of their possession, but as for what remained, if he would content himself with his plate, it should be forthwith put into his hands. The jeweler was overjoyed at the favor, and after the thieves had delivered the plate, they required the prince, Shamselnahar, and him, to promise upon oath that they would not betray them, and they would carry them to a place whence they might easily go to their respective homes. The prince, Shamselnahar, and the jeweler, replied, that they might rely on their words, but since they desired an oath of them, they solemnly swore not to discover them so long as they were with them. With this the thieves were satisfied, and immediately set out to perform their promise. By the way, the jeweler, being concerned that he could not see the confidant and the two slaves, came up to Shamselnahar and begged her to inform him what was become of them. She answered she knew nothing of them, and that all she could tell him was that she was carried away from his house, ferried over a river, and brought to the place from whence they were just now come. Shamselnahar and the jeweler had no further discourse, they found themselves at the brink of a river, whence the thieves immediately took boat, and carried them to the other side. Whilst the prince, Shamselnahar, and the jeweler, were landing, they heard a noise as of horse guards that were coming towards them. The thieves no sooner perceived the danger, but they took to their oars, and got over to the other side of the river in an instant. The commander of the brigade demanded of the prince, Shamselnahar, and the jeweler, who they were, and whence they came so late. This frightened them at first so much that they could not speak, but at length the jeweler found his tongue, and said, Sir, I can assure you, we are very honest people, but those persons who have just landed us, and are got to the other side of the water, are thieves, who, having last night broken open the house that we were in, pillaged it, and afterwards carried us to an obscure inn, where, by some entreaty and good management, we prevailed on them to let us have our liberty, to which end they brought us hither. They have restored us part of the booty they had taken from us. At these words he showed the plate he had recovered. The commander, not being satisfied with what the jeweler told him, came up to him and the Prince of Persia, and, looking steadfastly at them, said, Tell me truly, who is this lady? How came you to know her? And whereabouts do you live? This demand surprised them strangely, and tied their tongues, insomuch that neither of them could answer, till at length Shamselnahar, taking the commander aside, told him frankly who she was, which he no sooner came to know, than he alighted, paid both her and the company great respect, and caused 2 boats to be got ready for their service. When the boats were come, he put Shamselnahar into one, and the Prince of Persia and the jeweler into the other, with 2 of his people in each. They had orders to accompany them whithersoever they were bound. Being abroad, the 2 boats took different routes, but we shall at present speak only of that wherein were the prince and the jeweler. The prince, to save his guide's trouble, bid them land the jeweler with him, and named the place whither he would go. The Guides, mistaking his orders, stopped just before the caliph's palace, which put both him and the jeweler into a fright though he durst discover nothing of the matter, for though they had heard the commander's orders to his men, they could not help imagining they were to be delivered up to the guard, and brought before the caliph next morning. This, nevertheless, was not the intention of the guides, for after they had landed them, they, by their master's command, recommended them to an officer of the guard, who next morning assigned them soldiers to conduct them by land to the prince's chateau, which was at some distance from the river. The prince being come home, what with the fatigue of his journey, and the affliction he conceived at being never likely again to see Shemselnahar, fell into a swoon on his sofa, and while the greater part of his servants was endeavoring to recover him, the other part gathered about the jeweler, and begged of him to tell them what had happened to the prince their lord, whose absence had occasioned inexpressible disquiet. The jeweler, who would discover nothing to them that was not prudent to be repealed, told them it was not a proper time for such a relation, and that they would do better to go and assist the prince, than require anything of him, especially at that juncture. The prince fortunately came to himself that very moment, when those that but just before required his history with so much earnestness, began now to get at a distance, and pay that respect which was due from them. Although the prince had in some measure recovered himself, yet he continued so weak, that he could not open his mouth. He answered only by signs, and that, even to his nearest relations who spoke to him, he remained in the same condition till next morning, when the jeweler came to take leave of him. His answer was only with a wink, holding forth his right hand, but when he saw he was loaded with the bundle of plate the thieves had taken from him, he made a sign to his servants that they should take and carry it along with him to his house. The jeweler had been expected home with great impatience by his family the day he went forth with the man that came to ask for him, and whom he did not know, but know who was quite given over. And it was no longer doubted that some disaster had befallen him. His wife, children, and servants, were in continual grief, and lamented him night and day, but at length, when they saw him again, their joy was so great, they could hardly contain themselves, yet they were troubled to find that his countenance was greatly altered from what it had been before, insomuch that he was hardly to be known. This was thought to have been occasioned by his great fatigue, and the fears he had undergone, which would not let him sleep. Finding himself something out of order, he continued within doors for 2 days, and would admit only one of his intimate friends to visit him. The 3rd day, perceiving himself better, he thought he might regain strength by going abroad, and therefore went to the shop of a rich friend of his, with whom he continued long in discourse. As he was rising to go home, he observed a woman make a sign to him, whom he presently knew to be the confidant of Shemselnahar. Partly out of fear, and partly through joy, he made what haste he could away, without looking at her, but she followed him, as he very well knew she would, the place in which they saw each other being by no means proper for an interview. As he walked a little faster than usual, she could not overtake him, and therefore every now and then called out to stop. He heard her, it is true, but, after what had happened, he did not think fit to take notice of her in public, for fear of giving cause to believe that he had been with Shemselnahar. In short, it was known to everybody in Baghdad that this woman belonged to her, and therefore he thought it prudent to conceal his having any knowledge of her. He continued the same pace, and at last came to a mosque, where he knew but few people resorted. There he entered, and she after him, wherein they had a long converse together, without anybody overhearing them. Both the jeweler and the confidant expressed a great deal of joy at seeing each other after the strange adventure occasioned by the thieves, and their reciprocal concern for each other's welfare, without mentioning a word of what related to their own particular persons. The jeweler would needs have her relate to him how she escaped with the two slaves, and what she knew of Shemselnahar from the time he had left her, but so great were her importunities to be informed of what had happened to him from the time of their unexpected separation, that he found himself obliged to comply. Having finished what she desired, he told her that he expected she would oblige him in her turn, which she did in the following manner. When I first saw the thieves, said she, I imagined, rightly considered, that they were of the Caliph's guard, who, being informed of the escape of Shemselnahar, had sent them to take away the lives of the prince and us all, but, being convinced of the error of that thought, I immediately got upon the leads of your house, at the same time that the thieves entered the chamber where the prince and Shemselnahar were, and was soon after followed by that lady's two slaves. From lead to lead, we came at last to a house of very honest people, who received us with a great deal of civility, and with whom we lodged that night. Next morning, after we had returned thanks to the master of the house for our good usage, we returned to Shemselnahar's hotel, which we entered in great disorder, and the more so as we could not learn the fate of the two unfortunate lovers. The other women of Shemselnahar were astonished to see me return without their lady. We told them we had left her at the house of a lady, one of her friends, and that she would send for us when she had a mind to come home, with which excuse they seemed well satisfied. For my part, I spent the day in great uneasiness, and when night came, opening a little back gate, I espied a boat driven along by the stream. Calling to the waterman, I desired him to row up the river, to see if he could not meet a lady, and, if he found her, to bring her along with him. The two slaves and I waited impatiently for his return, and at length, about midnight, we saw the boat coming down with two men in it, and a woman lying along in the stern. When the boat came up, the two men helped the woman to rise, and then it was that I knew her to be Shemselnahar. I rejoiced so greatly to see her, that I cannot sufficiently express myself. I gave my hand to Shemselnahar to help her out of the boat. She had no small occasion for my assistance, for she could hardly stand. When she was ashore, she whispered me in the ear in an afflicted tone, bidding me go and take a purse of 1,000 pieces of gold, and give to the soldiers who had waited on her. I obeyed, leaving her to be supported by the two slaves, and, having paid the waterman, shut the back door. I then followed my lady, who was hardly got to her chamber before I overtook her. We undressed her, and put her to bed, where she had not long been before she was ready to give up the ghost, in which condition she continued the remainder of the night. The day Following, her other women expressed a great desire to see her. But I told them she had been much fatigued, and wanted rest to restore her. The other women and I, nevertheless, gave her all the assistance we possibly could. She persisted in swallowing nothing which we offered, and we must have despaired of her life, had I not persuaded her to take a spoonful or two of wine, which had a sensible effect on her. By mere importunity, we at length prevailed upon her to eat also. When she came to the use of her speech, for she had hitherto only mourned, groaned, and sighed, I begged her to tell me how she escaped out of the hands of the thieves. Why should you require of me, said she, with a profound sigh, what will but renew my grief? Would to God the thieves had taken away my life, rather than preserved it, as in that case my misfortunes would have had an end, whereas I now live but to increase my torment. Madam, replied I beg you will not refuse me this favor. You cannot but know that unhappy people have a certain consolation in venting their misfortunes, and if you be pleased to relate yours, I doubt not that you will find some relief in so doing. Why then, said she, lend your ear to a story the most afflicting that can be imagined. You must know, when I first saw the thieves entering with sword in hand, I believed it the last moment of my life, but dying did not then seem so shocking to me, since I thought I was to die with the Prince of Persia. However, instead of murdering, 2 of the thieves were ordered to take care of us, whilst their companions were busied in packing up the goods which they found in the house. When they had done, and had got their bundles upon their backs, they went away, carrying us along with them. As we went along, one of those who had the charge of us demanded of me briskly who I was. I answered, I was a dancer. He put the same question to the prince, who replied that he was a shopkeeper. When they were come to the place whither they were going, I had new fears to alarm me, for they gathered about us, and, after considering well my habit, and the rich jewels I was adorned with, they seemed to think that I had disguised my quality. Dancers, said they, do not use to be dressed as you are, pray tell us truly who you are. When they saw I answered nothing, they asked the prince once more who he was, for they told him they perceived he was not the person he pretended. He did not satisfy them any more than I had done, but only told them he came to see the jeweler, who was the owner of the house where they found us. I know this jeweler, said one of the rogues, who seemed to have some authority over the rest. I have some obligations to him, of which he yet knows nothing, and I take upon me to bring him hither tomorrow morning. From another house he has, but you must not expect to stir till he come and tell us who you are, though, in the meantime, I promise there shall be no manner of injury offered to you. The jeweler was brought next morning, as he said, who thinking to oblige us, as he really did, declared to the rogues the whole truth of the matter. The thieves no sooner knew who we were, but they came and asked my pardon, and I believe did the like to the prince, who was shut up in another room. They protested to me they would not have broken open the jeweler's house, had they known whose it was. They soon after took us, the prince, the jeweler, and myself, and carried us to the river side, where, having put us on board the boat, they rowed us across the water. But we were no sooner landed, than a party of the horse guards came up to us. The rogues fled. I took the commander aside, and told him my name, informing him withal, that the night before I had been seized by robbers who forced me along with them, but having been told who I was, they had re*alized me, and the 2 persons he saw with me, on my account. He alighted and paid his respects to me, and expressing a great deal of joy for being able to oblige me, he caused 2 boats to be brought, putting me and 2 of his soldiers, whom you have seen, into one, and the prince, and jeweler, with 2 more, into the other. My guides have conducted me hither, but what has become of the prince and his friend, I cannot tell. I trust in heaven, added she, with a shower of tears, no harm has happened to them since our separation, and I do not doubt that the prince's concern is equal to mine. The jeweler, to whom we have been so much obliged, ought to be recompensed for the loss he has sustained on our account. Do not you therefore fail, said she, speaking to the confident, to take 2 purses of 1,000 pieces of gold each, and carry them to him tomorrow morning in my name, and, at the same time, be sure to inquire after the prince's welfare. When my good mistress had done speaking, I endeavored, as to the last article of inquiring into the prince's welfare, to calm her mind, which was in some disorder, and to persuade her not to yield so much to love, since the danger she had so lately escaped would be soon renewed by such indulgence. She bid me hold my tongue, and do what she had commanded. I was forced to be silent, and am come hither to obey her commands without any further scruple. I have been at your house, and, not finding you at home, was about to have gone to wait on the Prince of Persia, but did not dare to attempt so great a journey. I have left the 2 purses with a particular friend of mine, and, if you have patience, I shall go and fetch them immediately. The confidant returned quickly to the jeweler in the mosque, where she had left him. She gave him the 2 purses, and bid him accept them for her lady's sake. They are more than necessary, said the jeweler, and I can never be enough thankful for so great a present from so good and generous a lady, but I beseech you to acquaint her, on my behalf, that I shall preserve an eternal remembrance of her bounties. He then agreed with the confident, that she should find him at the place where she had first seen him whenever she had occasion to impart any commands from Shamselnahar, or to know anything of the Prince of Persia. The jeweler returned home very well satisfied, not only that he had got wherewithal plentifully to make up his losses, but also to think that no person in Baghdad could possibly come to know of the prince, and Shamselnahar being in his other house when it was robbed. It is true, he had acquainted the thieves with it, but their secrecy he thought might very well be depended on, as he imagined they had not sufficient converse with the world to give him any disturbance. He therefore hugged himself in his good fortune, paid his debts, and furnished both his houses to a nicety. Thus he forgot all his past danger, and next morning set out to wait on the Prince of Persia. The prince's domestics told the jeweler, on his arrival, that he came in very good time to make their lord speak, for they had not been able to get a word out of him ever since he was there. They introduced him softly into his chamber, where he found him in such a condition as raised his pity. He was lying in bed, with his eyelids shut, but when the jeweler saluted him, and exhorted him to take courage, be faintly opened his eyes, and regarded him with such an aspect, as sufficiently declared the greatness of his affliction. He, however, took and grasped him by the hand, to testify his friendship, telling him, in a faint and weak tone, that he was extremely obliged to him for coming so far to seek one so exceedingly unhappy and miserable. My lord, replied the jeweler, mention not, I beseech you, any obligations you owe to me. I could wish, with all my soul, that the good offices I have endeavored to do you had had a better effect. But, at present, let us discourse only of your health, which I fear you greatly injure by unreasonably abstaining from proper nourishment. The prince's servants, hearing the jeweler say this, took occasion to let him know that it was with the greatest difficulty they had prevailed on him to take even the smallest morsel, and that for some time he had taken nothing. This obliged the jeweler to beg the prince to let his servants bring him something to eat, which favor he obtained with much intercession. After the prince had eaten more largely than he had hitherto, at the persuasion of the jeweler, he commanded the servants to quit the room, and leave him alone with his friend. When the room was clear, he said, in conjunction with my misfortune which distracts me, I have been exceedingly concerned to think of what you have suffered on my account, and as it is but reasonable that I should make you a recompense, I shall be sure to take the first opportunity. At present, however, begging only your pardon 1,000 times, I must conjure you to tell me whether you have learnt anything of Shemselnahar since I had the misfortune to be parted from her. Here the jeweler, upon the confident's information, related to him all that he knew of Shemselnahar's arrival at her hotel, her state of health from the time he had left her, and how she had sent her confident to him to inquire after his highness's welfare. To all this the prince replied with sighs and tears only. Then he made an effort to get up, and, being assisted by the jeweler, made shift to rise. Being upon his legs, he called his servants and made them open his wardrobe, whither he went in person, and, having caused several bundles of rich goods and plate to be packed up, ordered them to be carried to the jeweler's house. The jeweler would fain have withstood this kind offer, but, although he represented that Shemselnahar had already made him more than sufficient amends for what he had lost, the prince would be obeyed. The jeweler thought himself obliged to make every possible acknowledgment, and protested how much he was confounded at his highness's liberality. He would then have taken his leave, but the prince would not let him, so they passed in discourse the greater part of the night. Next morning the jeweler waited again on the prince before he went away, but he would not let him stir. He must first sit down and hear what he had to say. You know, said he, there is an end proposed in all things. Now, the end the lover proposes, is to enjoy the beloved object in spite of all opposition. If he loses that hope, he must not think to live. You also know that this is my hard case, for when I had been twice at the very point of fulfilling my desires, I was all of a sudden torn from her. I loved in the most cruel manner imaginable. I had then no more to do, but to think of death, and I had certainly proved my own executioner. Did not our holy laws forbid us to commit suicide? But there is no need of such violent means. Death will soon do its own work by a sure though gentle method. I find myself in a manner gone, and that I have not long to wait the welcome blow. Here he was silent, and vented the rest of his passion only in groans, sighs, and tears, which came from him in great abundance. The jeweler, who knew no better way of turning him from despair than by bringing Shamselnahar into his mind, and giving him some hopes of enjoying her, told him, he feared the confident might be come from her lady, and therefore did not think it proper to stay any longer from home. I will let you go, said the prince, but conjure you, that if you see her, you recommend to her to assure Shamselnahar, that if I die, as I expect to do every minute, I will love her to the last moment, and bless her with my last breath. The jeweler returned home in expectation of seeing the confidant, who came some few hours after, but all in tears, and in great affliction. He asked, with great earnestness, what was the matter. She answered, that Shamselnahar, the prince, herself, and he, were all ruined. He demanded how. Hear the sad news, said she, as it was told me just upon my entering our hotel, after I had left you. Shamselnahar had, it seems, for some fault, chastised one of the slaves you saw with her in your other house. The slave, enraged at the ill treatment, ran presently, and, finding the gate open, went forth, so that we have just reason to believe she has discovered all to an eunuch of the guard, who gave her protection, as we have since heard. This is not all. The other slave, her companion, is fled to, and has taken refuge in the caliph's palace, so that we may well fear she has acted her part in a discovery, for, just as I came away, the caliph had sent 20 of his eunuchs for Shamselnahar, who carried her to the palace. I just found means to come and tell you this, yet I fear no good will come of it, but, above all, I recommend it to you as a secret. The confidant added, that it was expedient he should go and acquaint the prince with the whole affair, that he might be ready on all occasions, and contribute what he was able to the common cause, upon which she departed in great haste, without speaking a word more, or waiting for an answer. What answer, however, could the jeweler have made, in the deplorable condition he was placed? He stood still as if thunderstruck, and had not a word to say. He was, however, sensible that the affair required expedition, and therefore went immediately to give the prince an account of it. He addressed himself to him with an air that sufficiently showed the bad news he brought. Prince, said he to him, arm yourself with courage and patience, and prepare to receive the most terrible assault ever yet made on your nature. Tell me, in few words, said the prince, what it is I must prepare to receive, for if it be death only, I am ready and willing to undergo it. Then the jeweler told him all that he had learned from the confidant. You see, continued he, that your destruction is inevitable, if you delay. Rise, save yourself by flight, for the time is precious. You, of all men, must not expose yourself to the anger of the caliph, and should much less confess anything in the midst of torments. At these words the prince was almost ready to expire with grief, affliction, and fear. He recovered, however, and demanded of the jeweler what resolution he would advise him to take in this unhappy conjuncture. The jeweler told him he thought nothing more proper than that he should immediately take horse, and haste away towards Anbar. Footnote: Anbar is a city on the Tigris, 20 leagues below Baghdad, that he might get thither with all convenient speed. Take what servants and horses you think necessary, continued he, and suffer me to escape with you. The prince, seeing nothing more advisable, immediately gave orders for such an equipage as would be least troublesome, so, having put some money and jewels in his pocket, and taking leave of his mother, he departed in company with the jeweler, and with such servants as he had chosen. They travelled all that day and the day following without stopping, till at length, about the dusk of the evening, their horses and selves being greatly fatigued, they alighted at an inn to refresh themselves. They had hardly sat down, before they found themselves surrounded and assaulted by a gang of thieves. They defended their lives for some time courageously, but, at length, the prince's servants being all killed, both he and the jeweler were obliged to yield at discretion. The thieves, however, spared their lives, but after they had seized their horses and baggage, they took away their clothes, and left them naked. In this condition, and after the thieves had left them, the prince said to the jeweler, "What is to be done, my friend, in this conjuncture? Had I not better, think you, have tarried in Baghdad, and undergone any fate, rather than have been reduced to this extremity?" "My lord," replied the jeweler, "it is the decree of heaven that we should thus suffer. It has pleased God to add affliction to affliction, and we must not murmur at it but receive his chastisements with submission. Let us stay no longer here, but go and look out for some place where we may be concealed and relieved." "No, let me rather die," said the prince, "for what signifies it whether I die here or elsewhere? For die I know I must very shortly. It may be, this very minute that we are talking, Shemselnahar is no more. And why should I endeavor to live after she is dead?" The jeweler at length prevailed on him to go. But they had not gone far before they came to a mosque, which, being open, they entered, and passed there the remainder of the night. At daybreak a single man came into the mosque to his devotion. When he had ended his prayer, and was turning to go out, he perceived the prince and the jeweler, who were sitting in a corner to conceal themselves. He went up to them, and, saluting them with a great deal of civility, said, "By what I perceive, gentlemen, you seem to be strangers." The jeweler answered, "You are not deceived, sir. We have been robbed tonight in coming from Baghdad, and retired hither for shelter. If you can relieve us in our necessities, we shall he very much obliged to you, for we know nobody here to whom to apply to." The man answered, "If you think fit to come to my house, I shall do what I can for you." Upon this obliging offer, the jeweler turned to the prince, and said in his ear, "This man, as far as I can perceive, sir, does not know us, therefore we had better go with him, than stay here to be exposed to the sight of somebody that may do as you please." Said the prince, "I am willing to be guided by your discretion." The man, observing the prince and jeweler consulting together, thought they made some difficulty to accept his proposition. Wherefore he demanded of them if they were resolved what to do. The jeweler answered, "We are ready to follow you whither you please, all that we make a difficulty about is to appear thus naked." "Let not that trouble you," said the man, "we shall find wherewithal to clothe you, I warrant you." They were no sooner got to the house, than he brought forth a very handsome suit for each of them. Next, as he thought they must be very hungry, and have a Mine to go to bed. He had several plates of meat brought out to them by a slave, but they ate little, particularly the prince, who was so dejected and dispirited, as gave the jeweler cause to fear he would die. They went to bed, and their host left them to their repose, but they had no sooner lain down, than the jeweler was forced to call him again to assist at the death of the prince. He breathed short, and with difficulty, which gave him reason to fear he had but a few minutes to live. Coming near him, the prince said, "It is done, and I am glad you are by to be witness of my last words. I quit this life with a great deal of satisfaction, but I need not tell you the reason, for you know it too well already. All the regret I have is, that I cannot die in the arms of my dearest mother, who has always loved me with a tenderness not to be expressed, and for whom I had a reciprocal affection. She will undoubtedly be not a little grieved that she could not close my eyes, and bury me with her own hands. But let her know how much I was concerned at this, and desire her, in my name, to have my corpse transported to Baghdad, that she may have an opportunity to bedew my tomb with her tears, and assist my departed soul with her prayers." He then took notice of the master of the house, thanked him for the several favors he had received from him, and desired him to let his body be deposited with him till such time as it should be carried away to Baghdad. Having said this, he turned aside and expired. The day after the prince's death, the jeweler took the opportunity of a numerous caravan that was going to Baghdad, and arrived there some time after in safety. He first went home to change his clothes, and then hastened to the prince's palace, where everybody was surprised that their lord was not come with him. He desired them to acquaint the prince's mother that he must speak to her immediately, and it was not long before he was introduced to her. She was seated in a hall, with several of her women about her. "Madam," said he to her, with an air that sufficiently denoted his ill news, "God preserve your highness, and shower down the choicest of his blessings upon you. You cannot be ignorant that it is he alone who disposes of us all at his pleasure." The princess would not give him leave to go on, but cried out, "Alas, you bring me the deplorable news of my son's death." At which words she and her women set up such a hideous outcry, as soon brought fresh tears into the jeweler's eyes. She thus tormented and grieved herself a long while before the unfortunate messenger was allowed to go on. At length, however, she gave a truce to her sighs and groans, and begged of him to continue the fatal relation, without concealing from her the least circumstance. He did as she commanded, and, when he had done, she further demanded of him, if her son the prince had not given him in charge something more particular. He assured her his last words were, that it was the greatest concern to him that he must die so far distant from his dear mother, and that he earnestly entreated she would be pleased to have his corpse transported to Baghdad. Accordingly, next morning at daybreak, the princess set out, with her women and great part of her slaves, to bring her son's body to her own palace. The jeweler, having taken leave of her, returned home very sad and melancholy, to think he had lost so good a friend, and so accomplished a prince, in the flower of his age. As he came near his house, dejected and musing, on a sudden, lifting up his eyes, he saw a woman in mourning and tears standing before him. He presently knew her to be the confidant, who had stood there grieving for some time that she could not see him. At the sight of her, his tears began to flow afresh, but he said nothing to her, and, going into his own house, she followed him. They sat down, when the jeweler, beginning the dismal discourse, asked the confidant, with a deep sigh, if she had heard nothing of the death of the Prince of Persia, or if it was on his account that she grieved. Alas! Answered she, what is that charming prince then dead? He has not lived long after his dear Shemselnahar. Beauteous souls, continued she, in whatsoever place ye now are, ye ought to be pleased that your loves will no more be interrupted. Your bodies were before an obstacle to your wishes, but now, being delivered from them, you may unite as closely as you please. The jeweler, who had heard nothing of Shemselnahar's death, and had not observed that the confidant was in mourning, through the excessive grief that blinded him, was now afflicted anew. Is Shemselnahar then dead? Cried he, in great astonishment. She is dead, replied the confidant, weeping afresh, and it is for her that I wear these weeds. The circumstances of her death are extraordinary, continued she, therefore it is but requisite you should know them, but, before I give you an account of them, I beg you to let me know those of the Prince of Persia, whom, in conjunction with my dearest friend and mistress, I shall lament as long as I live. The jeweler then gave the confidant the satisfaction she desired, and, after he had told her all, even to the departure of the prince's mother to bring her son's body to Baghdad, she began and said, you have not forgotten, I suppose, that I told you the Caliph had sent for Shemselnahar to his palace, and it is true. As we had all the reason in the world to believe, he had been informed of the amour between her and the prince by the two slaves, whom he had examined apart. Now, you will be apt to imagine he must of necessity be exceedingly enraged at Shemselnahar, and discover many tokens of jealousy and revenge against the prince, but I must tell you he had neither one nor the other. Aud lamented only his dear mistress forsaking him, which he in some measure attributed to himself, in giving her so much freedom to walk about the city without his eunuchs. This was all the resentment he showed, as you will find by his carriage towards her. He received her with an open countenance, and when he observed the sadness she was under, which nevertheless did not lessen her beauty, with a goodness peculiar to himself, he said, Shemselnahar, I cannot bear your appearing thus before me with an air of affliction. You must be sensible how much I have always loved you by the continual demonstrations I have given you, and I can never change my mind, for even now I love you more than ever. You have enemies, Shemselnahar, proceeded he, and those enemies have done you all the wrong they can. For this purpose they have filled my ears with stories against you, which have not made the least impression upon me. Shake off, then, this melancholy, continued he, and prepare to entertain your lord this night after your accustomed manner. He said many other obliging things to her, and then desired her to step into a magnificent apartment and stay for him. The afflicted Shemselnahar was very sensible of the kindness the Caliph had for her, but the more she thought herself obliged to him, the more she was concerned that she was so far off from the prince, without whom she could not live, and yet was afraid she should never see him more. This interview between the Caliph and Shemselnahar continued. The confidant was whilst I came to speak with you, and I learned the particulars of it from my companions, who were present. But I had no sooner left you, proceeded she, than I went to my dear mistress again, and was an eyewitness to what happened. Afterwards, I found her in the apartment I told you of, and, as she thought I came from you, she came to me, and whispering in my ear, said, I am much obliged to you for the service you have been doing me, but fear it will be the last. I took no notice of her words, and she said no more to me, but if I had a mind to say any thing to comfort her, I was in a place by no means proper for disclosing my thoughts. The Caliph was introduced at night with the sound of instruments, upon which our women played, and the collation was immediately served up. He took his mistress by the hand, and made her sit down with him on the sofa, which she did with such regret that she expired some few minutes after. In short, she was hardly sat down, when she fell backwards, which the Caliph believed to be only a swoon, and so we all thought, but when we endeavored to bring her to herself, we found she was quite gone, which you may imagine not a little afflicted us. The Caliph did her the honor to weep over her, not being able to refrain from tears, and, before he left the room, ordered all the musical instruments to be broken, which was immediately executed. For my part, I stayed with her corpse all night, and next morning bathed it with my tears, and dressed it for the funeral. The Caliph had her interred soon after in a magnificent tomb he had erected for her in her lifetime, in a place she had desired to be buried in. Now, since you tell me, said she, the Prince of Persia's body is to be brought to Baghdad, I will use my best endeavors that he shall be interred in the same tomb, which may be at least some satisfaction to two such faithful lovers. The jeweler was somewhat surprised at this resolution of the confidants, and said, certainly you do not consider that this enterprise is in a manner impossible, for the Caliph will never suffer it. Do not you be concerned at that, replied she, for you will undoubtedly be of another opinion after I have told you that the Caliph has given liberty to all her slaves in general, with a considerable pension to each for their subsistence, and as to me, in particular, has honored me with the charge of my mistress's tomb, and allotted me an annual income for my maintenance. Moreover, you must think that the Caliph, who was not ignorant of the amour between Shemselnahar and the prince, as I have already told you, will not be a whit concerned if now, after her death, he be buried with her. To all this the jeweler had not a word to say, yet earnestly entreated the confidant to conduct him to her mistress's tomb, that he might say his prayers over her. When he came in sight of it, he was not a little surprised to find a vast number of people of both sexes, who were come thither from all parts of Baghdad. As he could not come near the tomb, he said his prayers at a distance, and then going to the confidant, who waited hard by, he said to her, I am altogether of a contrary opinion to what I was just now, for now I am so far from thinking that what you proposed cannot be put in execution, that you and I need only tell abroad what we know of the amour of this unfortunate couple, and how the prince died much about the same time with his mistress, and is now bringing up to be buried. The people will bring the thing about, and not suffer that two such faithful lovers should be separated when dead, whom nothing could divide in affection whilst they lived. As he said, so it came to pass, for as soon as it came to be known that the corpse was within a day's journey of the city, the inhabitants almost of all sorts went forth, met it above 20 miles off, and marched before it till it came to the city gate, where the confident, waiting for that purpose, presented herself before the prince's mother, and begged her, in the name of the whole city, that she would be pleased to consent that the bodies of the two lovers, who had but one heart whilst they lived, especially during their amour, might be buried in the same tomb now they were dead. The princess immediately consented, and the corpse of the prince, instead of being deposited in his own burying place, was laid by Shamselnahar's side, after it had been carried in procession at the head of an infinite number of people, of all conditions and degrees, nay, from that very time, all the inhabitants of Baghdad, and even strangers, from such parts of the world as honored the Mohammedan religion, have had a mighty veneration for that tomb, and paid their devotion at it as often as opportunity would give them leave. This, sir, said Scheherazade, who now perceived the day begin to approach, is what I had to relate to your majesty concerning the amour of the fair Shamselnahar, mistress to the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, and the worthy Ali ibn Bakr, Prince of Persia. When Dinarzade observed that her sister the Sultaness had done speaking, she thanked her in the most obliging manner for her entertainment in a history so exceedingly agreeable. If the Sultan will be pleased to let me live till tomorrow, said Scheherazade, I will also relate that of Prince Camaralzaman. Footnote: this word, in Arabic, signifies the moon of the time, or the moon of the age, which you will find yet more agreeable. Here she stopped, and the Sultan, who could not yet resolve on her death, permitted her to go on next night in the following manner. The story of the amours of Camaralzaman, Prince of the Isles of the Children of Khaledan, and of Badoura, Princess of China. About 20 days' sail on the coast of Persia, there are islands in the main ocean, called the Islands of the Children of Khaledan. These islands are divided into 4 great provinces, which have all of them very flourishing and populous cities, and which make together a most potent kingdom. It is governed by a king named Shahzaman, footnote, that is to say, in Persic, king of the time, or king of the age, who has 4 lawful wives, all daughters of kings, and 60 concubines. Shahzaman thought himself the most happy monarch of the world, as well on account of his peaceful as prosperous reign. One thing only disturbed his happiness, which was, that he was pretty old, and had no children, though he had so many wives. He knew not what to attribute this barrenness to, and what increased his affliction was, that he was likely to leave his kingdom without a successor. He dissembled his discontent a long while, and, what was yet more uneasy to him, he was constrained to dissemble. At length, however, he broke silence, and one day, after he had complained bitterly of his misfortune to his Grand Vizier, he demanded of him if he knew any remedy for it. That wise minister replied, if what your majesty requires of me had depended on the ordinary methods of human wisdom, you had soon had an answer to your satisfaction, but, as my experience and knowledge are not sufficient to content you, I must advise you to have recourse to the divine power alone, who, in the midst of our prosperities, which often tempt us to forget him, is pleased so to limit our discernment, that we may apply only to his omniscience for what we have occasion to know. Your Majesty has subjects, proceeded he, who make a profession of loving and honoring God, and suffering great hardships for his sake, too. Them I would advise you to have recourse, and engage them by alms. To join their prayers with yours, it may be, some among them may be so just and agreeable to God as to obtain what they pray for. King Shahzaman approved of this advice very much, and thanked his vizier for it. He immediately caused rich alms to be given to every monastery in his dominions, and having sent for the superiors, declared to them his intention, and desired them to acquaint their monks with it. The king, in short, obtained of heaven what he requested, for in 9 months' time he had a son born of one of his wives. In return for this favor, he sent new alms to the religious houses, and the prince's birthday was celebrated throughout his dominions. For a week together, the prince was brought to him as soon as born, and he found him so beautiful, that he gave him the name of Camaralzaman, that is, the moon of the age. He was educated with all the care imaginable, and when he came to be old enough, his father appointed him a governor and able preceptors. These distinguished persons found him capable of receiving all the instructions that were proper to be given him, as well in relation to morals, as to other knowledge a prince ought to have. When he came to be somewhat older, he learned all his exercises, of which he acquitted himself with so much grace and wonderful address, that he charmed all who saw him, and particularly the Sultan his father. Having attained the age of 15 years, the Sultan, who loved him tenderly, thought of resigning his throne to him, and acquainted his Grand Vizier with his intentions. I am afraid, said he, lest my son should lose those advantages in youth which nature and education have given him. Therefore, since I am somewhat advanced in age, and fit for a retreat, I have had thoughts of resigning the government to him, and passing the remainder of my days in the satisfaction of seeing him reign. I have undergone the fatigue of a crown a long while, and think it is now proper for me to retire. The Grand Vizier would not offer all the reasons he could have brought to dissuade the Sultan from such a proceeding. On the contrary, he agreed with him in some measure. Sir, replied he, the prince is yet but young, and it would not, in my humble opinion, be wholly advisable to burden him with the weight of a crown so soon. Your Majesty fears, with a great deal of reason, that his youth may be corrupted, but then, to remedy that, does not your Majesty likewise think it would be proper to marry him? Marriage being what would keep him within bounds, and confine his inclinations. Moreover, your Majesty might then admit him of your council, where he would learn by degrees the art of reigning, and consequently be fit to receive your power, whenever you shall think proper to bestow it on him. Shahzaman found this advice of his prime minister highly reasonable, and therefore summoned the prince to appear before him, dismissing the Grand Vizier at the same time. The prince, who had been accustomed to see his father only at certain times, was a little startled at this irregular summons. Therefore, when he came before him, he saluted him with great respect, and afterwards stood still, with his eyes fixed on the ground. The Sultan, perceiving his surprise, said to him in a mild way, Do you know, son, for what reason I have sent for you hither? No. May it please your majesty, answered the prince, modestly, God alone knows how to penetrate hearts. I should be glad to know of your majesty for what reason. Why, I sent for you, said the Sultan, to let you know that I design to marry you. What do you think of it? Prince Camaralzaman heard this with great uneasiness, it quite surprised him, he was all in a sweat, and knew not what answer to make. After a few moments, however, he replied, Sir, I beseech your majesty to pardon me, if I seem surprised at the declaration you have made. I did not expect any such proposal to one so young as I am, and besides, I know not whether I could ever prevail on myself to marry, not only on account of the trouble wives bring a man, and which I am very sensible of though unmarried, but also by reason of their many impostors, wickednesses, and treacheries, which I have read of in authors. It may be, I may not be always of the same mind, yet I cannot but think I ought to have time to conclude on what your majesty requires of me. Prince Camaralzaman's answer extremely afflicted his father, he was not a little grieved to see what an aversion he had to marriage, yet would not call his obedience in question, nor make use of his paternal authority. He contented himself with telling him that he would not force his inclinations, and gave him time to consider of what he had proposed to him, yet wished him to remember, that, as a prince designed to govern a great kingdom, he ought to take some care to leave behind him a successor. Shahzaman said no more to the prince, he admitted him into his council, and gave him all the reason to be satisfied that could be desired. About a year after, he took him aside, and said to him, Well, son, have you thoroughly considered of what I proposed to you last year about marrying? Will you still refuse me the satisfaction I desire, and let me die without seeing myself revive in your posterity? The prince seemed less astonished than before, he now briskly answered his father as follows, Sir, I have not neglected to consider of what you proposed, and, upon the whole matter, I am resolved to continue in the state I am, without concerning myself with marriage. In short, sir, the many evils I have read that women have caused in the world, and the continual mischiefs I still hear and observe they do, have been the occasion of my resolution to have nothing to do with them, so that, sir, I hope your majesty will pardon me if I acquaint you, that it will be to no purpose to solicit me any further about that affair. This said, and making a low reverence, he went out briskly, without staying to hear what the Sultan would answer. Now, any monarch but Shahzaman would have been in a violent passion at such deportment of a son, but he took little notice of it, resolving to use all gentle methods before he proceeded to force. He communicated this new cause of discontent to his prime minister. I have followed your advice, said he, but Camaralzaman is further off than ever from complying with my desires. He delivered his resolution in such arrogant terms, that I had all the occasion in the world for my reason and moderation to keep me from being in a passion. Fathers who desire favors of their children, which they nevertheless can command, have themselves alone to blame if they are disobeyed. But tell me, I beseech you, how I shall reclaim this hardy young prince, who proves so rebellious to my pleasure. Sir, answered the Grand Vizier, patience brings many things about, which before seemed impracticable, but it may be that this affair is of a nature not likely to succeed in that way. However, in my judgment, your majesty would do well to give the prince another year to consider of the matter, and if, when this is expired, he still continues averse to your proposal, then your majesty may propose it to him in full council, as a thing that is highly necessary for the common good. It is not likely that he will refuse to comply with it before so grave an assembly, and on so necessary an account, whatever he has done before. The Sultan, who passionately desired to see his son married, thought this long delay and age, however, though with much difficulty, he at length yielded to his Grand Vizier's reasons, which he could no way disapprove. After the Grand Vizier was gone, Sultan Shahzaman went to the apartment of the mother of Prince Camaralzaman, to whom he had often discovered what an ardent desire he had to marry the prince. When he had told her, with tears in his eyes, how his son had refused to comply a second time, and that nevertheless, through the advice of his Grand Vizier, he was induced to wait yet a longer time for his compliance, he said, Madam, I know he will hearken more to you than me, therefore I desire you would take your time to speak to him seriously of the matter, and to let him know that, if he persists much longer in his obstinacy, he will oblige me to have recourse to extremities that may not be pleasing to him, and which may give him cause to repent of having disobeyed me. Fatima, for so was the lady called, acquainted the prince, the first time she saw him, that she had been informed of his second refusal to be married, and how much chagrin he had occasioned his father on that account. Madam, said the prince, I beseech you not to renew my grief upon that head, for, if you do, I have reason to fear, in the disquiet I am under, that something may escape me, which may not altogether correspond with the respect I owe you. Fatima knew, by this answer, that it was not then a proper time to speak to him, therefore deferred what she had to say till another opportunity. Some considerable time after, Fatima thought she had met with a more favorable occasion, which gave her hopes of being heard upon the subject. She therefore accosted him with all the eagerness imaginable. Son, said she, I beg of you, if it be not very irksome to you, to tell me what reason you have for your so great aversion to marriage. If you have no other than the badness and wickedness of some women, there can be nothing less reasonable, or more weak. I will not undertake the defense of those who are bad, there are a great number of them undoubtedly. But it would be the greatest injustice imaginable to condemn all the sex for their sakes. Alas, son, you have met with a great many bad women in your books, who have occasioned great disorders, and I will not excuse them, but you do not consider how many monarchs, sultans, and other princes there have been in the world, whose tyrannies, barbarities, and cruelties astonished those who read of them, and which I have myself. Now, for one woman who is thus wicked, you will meet with 1,000 of these tyrants and barbarians, and what torment, do you think, must a good woman undergo, for such there are, who is united to one of these wretches? Madam, replied Camaralzaman, I doubt not but there is a great number of wise, virtuous, good, affable, and generous women in the world, and would to God they all resembled you. But what pierces me, is the doubtful choice a man is obliged to make, and Oftentimes one has not even that liberty. Let us suppose, then, madam, continued he, that I had a mind to marry, as the Sultan my father so earnestly desires I should. What wife, think you, would he be likely to provide for me? Probably a princess, whom he would demand of some neighboring prince, and who would think it an honor done him to send her to him. Fair or ugly, good or ill-humored, she must be accepted. Nay, suppose no other princess excelled her in beauty, yet who can be certain that her temper would be of equal goodness, that she would be affable, complaisant, entertaining, obliging, and the like, that her discourse would generally run on solid matters, and not in trifles, such as dress, adjustments, ornaments, and the like fooleries, which would disgust any man of sense. In a word, that she would not be haughty, proud, arrogant, impertinent, scornful, and waste a man's estate in frivolous expenses, such as gaudy clothes, unnecessary jewels, toys, and the like long train of magnificent follies. Thus you see, madam, continued he, how many reasons a man may have to be disgusted at marriage. Well, but to go further, let this princess be ever so perfect, accomplished, and irreproachable, I have yet a great many more reasons not to desist from my sentiment, or depart from my resolution. What, son, replied Fatima, have you then more reasons than those you have already advanced? I do not doubt but that I shall find wherewithal to answer them, and stop your mouth with a word. Very well, madam, replied the prince, and perhaps I may find wherewithal to reply to your answer. I mean, son, said Fatima, that it is easy for a prince, who has had the misfortune to marry such a wife as you describe, to get rid of her, and take such care that she may not prejudice his estate. Ah, but, madam, replied the prince, you do not consider what a mortification it would be to a person of so great quality to be obliged to come to an extremity of that nature. Would it not have been better, think you, and much more for his honor and quiet, that he had never run such a risk? But, son, said Fatima once more, after the manner you understand things, I apprehend you have a mind to be the last king of your race, who have nevertheless reigned so long and gloriously in the Isles of the children of Khaladan. Madam, replied the prince, for my part one do not desire to survive the king my father, and if I should die before him, it would be no great matter of wonder, since so many children have died before their parents. But as for my leaving no successor, I am of opinion it is much better to be the last of one's race, than father to a bad prince, or husband to a bad wife. From that time Fatima had frequent conferences with her son the prince on the same subject, and omitted no opportunity or argument to endeavor rooting out his aversion to the fair sex. But he eluded all her reasonings by such as she could not well answer, and continued in the same mind. The year expired, and, to the great regret of the Sultan, Prince Camaralzaman gave not the least proof of having changed his sentiments, so that one day, when there was a great council held, the prime vizier and other viziers, the principal officers of the crown, and the generals of the army, being present, the Sultan spoke thus to the prince, Son, it is now a long while since I have earnestly desired to see you married, and I imagined you would have had more complaisance for a father, who required nothing unreasonable of you, than to oppose him so long. But after so great resistance on your part, which has almost worn out my patience, I have thought fit to propose the same thing once more to you in presence of my council. Now I would have you too consider, that the favor I desire is not only to oblige me, but to comply with the earnest request of the estates of my dominions, who, for the common good of us all, in conjunction with me, require it of you. Declare then, before these lords present, whether you will marry or not, that, according to your answer, I may proceed, and take those measures which I ought. The prince answered with so little temper, or rather with so much heat, that the Sultan, enraged to see himself affronted in full council, cried out, "How unnatural, son! Have you the insolence to talk thus to your father and Sultan? Ho! Guards, take him away!" At these words he was seized by the eunuchs, and carried to an old tower that had been uninhabited a long while, where he was shut up, with only a bed, a few movables, some books, and one slave only to attend him. Camaralzaman, thus deprived of liberty, was nevertheless pleased that he had the freedom to converse with books, which made him look on his confinement with some indifference. In the evening he bathed, and said his prayers, and, after having read some chapters in the Alcoran with the same tranquility of mind as if he had been in the Sultan's palace, undressed himself, and went to bed, leaving his lamp burning by him all the while he slept. In this tower was a well, which served for a retreat to a certain fairy named Maymun, daughter of Damriel, king or head of a legion of genii. It was about midnight when this Maymun came forth silently, to wander about the world after her wonted custom. She was surprised to see a light in Prince Camaralzaman's chamber. She entered it, and, without stopping at the slave who lay at the door, approached the bed, whose magnificence, though very great, she did not so much wonder at, as that there should be a man in it. Prince Camaralzaman had but half covered his face with the bed clothes, by which Maymun could perceive that he was the finest young man she had seen in all her rambles through the world. "What beauty, or rather what prodigy of beauty," said she within herself, "will this youth appear, when his so well-formed eyelids shall be open? What crime can he have committed, to deserve this rigorous treatment?" She could not forbear admiring the prince, till at length, having kissed him gently on both cheeks, and in the middle of the forehead, without waking him, she laid the bed clothes in the order they were in before, and took her flight into the air. As she mounted to the middle region, she heard a great clapping of wings, which induced her to fly towards that side, and, when she approached, she saw the genius that made the noise, but he was one of those who are rebellious to God. As for Maymun, she belonged to that class whom the great Solomon forced to conform. This genius, whose name was Danhash, the son of Shamhurish, knew Maymun, but did not dare to take notice of her, being sensible how much power she had over him, by her submission to the Almighty. He would have avoided her, but she was so near him that he must either fight or yield. "Brave Maymun," said Danhash, in the tone of a supplicant, "swear to me, in the name of the great power, that you will not hurt me. And I swear also, on my part, not to do you any harm." "Cursed genius," replied Maymun, "what hurt canst thou do me? I fear thee not, but as thou hast desired this favor of me, I swear not to do thee any harm." Tell me, then, wandering spirit, whence thou comest, what thou hast seen, and what mischief thou hast done this night. Fair lady, answered Danhash, you meet me in a good time to hear something that is very wonderful. The history of the Princess of China. I am come from the utmost limits of China, which look on the last islands of this hemisphere. But, charming Maymun, said Danhash, who trembled at the sight of this fairy, insomuch that he could hardly speak, promise me at least that you will forgive me, and let me go on in my way, after I have satisfied your demands. Go on, cursed spirit, replied Maymun, go on, and fear nothing. Dost thou think I am as perfidious an elf as thyself? And that I am capable of breaking the serious oath I have made? No, you may depend on my promise, but be sure you tell nothing but what is true, or I shall clip your wings, and treat you as you deserve. Danhash, a little heartened at the words of Maymun, said, my dear lady, I will tell you nothing but what is true, if you will have but the goodness to hear me. You must know, then, the country of China, from whence I come, is one of the largest and most powerful kingdoms of the earth, on which depend the utmost islands of this hemisphere, as I have already said. The king of this country is at present Gaior, who has a daughter the finest woman that ever the sun saw. Neither you nor I, nor your class, nor mine, nor all mankind together, have expressions lively enough to give a sufficient description of this bright lady. Her hair is brown, and of so great a length, that it reaches far below her feet. Her forehead is as smooth as the best polished mirror, and of admirable symmetry. Her eyes are black, sparkling, and full of fire. Her nose is neither too long nor too short, her mouth is small, and her lips are like vermilion. Her teeth are like 2 rows of pearls, and surpass everything in whiteness. When she moves her tongue, she forms a sweet and most agreeable voice, and expresses herself in such proper terms as sufficiently indicate the vivacity of her wit. The whitest marble or alabaster is not fairer than her neck. In a word, by this perfect sketch, you may guess there is no beauty like her in the world. Any one that did not know the king, father of this incomparable princess, would be apt to imagine, from the great respect and kindness he shows her, that he was in love with his daughter. Never did a lover do more for a mistress the most endearing, than he has been seen to do for her. In a word, jealousy never was more watchful over one than he is over her, and that her retreat, on which he has resolved, may not seem irksome. He has built 7 palaces for her, the most magnificent and uncommon that ever were known. The first palace is of rock crystal, the second of brass, the third of fine steel, the fourth of another sort of brass more valuable than the foregoing, the fifth of touchstone, the sixth of silver, and the seventh of massy gold. He has furnished these palaces most sumptuously, and after a most unheard of manner, with materials not unlike those they are built of. He has filled the gardens with parterres of glass and flowers, intermixed with all manner of water works, such as jets d'eau, canals, cascades, and the like. The eye is lost in prospect of large groves and trees where the sun never enters. King Gaior, in short, has made it appear that his paternal love exceeds that of any other kind whatever. Now, on the fame of the beauty of this incomparable princess, the Most powerful neighboring kings sent ambassadors to request her in marriage. The King of China received them all in the most obliging manner, but as he resolved not to marry his daughter without her consent, so as she did not like any of them, they returned after receiving great honors and civilities. Sir, said the princess to the king her father, you have a mind to marry me, and think to oblige me by it, but where shall I find such stately palaces and delicious gardens as I have with your Majesty? Under your good pleasure I am unconstrained in all things, and receive the same honors that are paid to your own person. These are advantages I cannot expect to find anywhere else. Men ever love to be masters, and I do not care to be commanded by a husband. After divers embassies on the same occasion, there came one from a more rich and potent king than any that had been hitherto sent. The King of China recommended this prince to his daughter, as a husband both advantageous and proper for her, yet she refused him for the same reasons as before, and begged her father to dispense with her on that account. He pressed her to hearken to him, but instead of complying, she lost all respect and duty that was due to him. Sir, said she, in a great rage, trouble me no more with any talk of marriage, unless you would have me bury this poniard in my bosom, to rid myself from your importunities. The king, being much enraged at this, said in a great passion, Daughter, you are mad, and I must use you as such. In a word, he shut her up in a certain apartment of one of the 7 palaces, allowing only 10 old women to wait upon her, to keep her company, the chief of whom had been her nurse. And that the kings, his neighbors, who had sent embassies to him on this account, might not think any more of her, he dispatched envoys to them severally, to let them know how averse his daughter was to marriage, and as he did not doubt but she was really mad, he charged them to make it known in every court, that if there were any physician who would undertake to come and cure her, he should, if he succeeded, have her for his pains. Fair Maymun, said Danhash, all is true that I have told you. And I, for my part, have not failed to go every day regularly to contemplate this incomparable beauty, whom I would be very far from doing any harm to, notwithstanding my natural propensity to mischief. I would have you go to see her, continued he. I will assure you it would be worth your while, and doubt not but you will think yourself obliged to me for the sight. When you find I am no liar, I am ready to wait on you as a guide, and you may command me as soon as you please. Instead of answering Danhash, Maymun burst into a violent laughter, which lasted some time, and Danhash, not knowing what might be the occasion of it, was not a little astonished. When Maymun ceased laughing, she cried, Good, good, very good, you would have me then believe all that you have told me. I thought you designed to entertain me with something surprising and extraordinary, and you have been talking all this while like a driveler. Ah! Fie, fie! What would you say, if you had seen the fine prince whom I am just come from, and whom I love with a passion equal to his desert? I am confident you will soon give up the bell, and not pretend to compare your choice with mine. Agreeable Maymun, replied Danhash, may I presume to ask you what this prince is called? No, answered Maymun, an accident has happened to him much like that of your princess. The king his father would have married him against his will, but, after many importunities, he frankly told the old gentleman he would have nothing to do with a wife. This occasioned him to be put in a prison in an old tower, which I make my residence, and from whence I came but just now from admiring him. I will not absolutely contradict you, my pretty lady, replied Danhasch, but you must give me leave to be of opinion, till I have seen the prince, that no mortal upon earth can equal the beauty of my princess. Hold thy tongue, cursed spirit, replied Maymun, I tell thee, once more, that can never be. I will not contend with you, said Danhasch, but the way to be convinced, is to accept of the proffer I make you to go and see my princess. And after that I will go with you to your prince. There is no need of taking so much pains, replied Maymun, there is another way to satisfy us both, and that is, for you to bring your princess, and place her at my prince's bedside. By this means it will be easy for us to compare them together, and to see which is the most handsome. Danhasch consented to what Maymun had proposed, and was resolved to set out immediately for China upon that errand, but Maymun, drawing him aside, told him she must first show him the place whither he was to bring the princess. They flew together to the tower, and when Maymun had shown him the place, she cried, Go now, fetch your princess, do it quickly, and you shall find me here. Danhasch left Maymun, and flew towards China, whence he soon returned with incredible speed, bringing the fair princess along with him asleep. Maymun introduced him into the chamber of Prince Camaralzaman, and they placed the princess by the prince's side. When the prince and princess were thus laid together, all the while asleep, there rose a great contest between the genius and the fairy about the preference of beauty. They were some time admiring and comparing them, but at length Danhasch broke silence, and said to Maymun, You see, and I have already told you, my princess was handsomer than your prince, now, I hope, you are convinced of it. How? Convinced of it? Replied Maymun, I am not convinced of it. And you must be blind, if you cannot see that my prince has the better of the comparison. The princess is fair, I do not deny it. But if you compare them together without prejudice, you will quickly see the difference. Though I should compare them ever so often, said Danhasch, I could never change my opinion. I saw what I now see at first sight, and time will not be able to make me see more, however. This shall not hinder my yielding to you, charming Maymun, if you desire it, but I would have you yield to me as a favor. I scorn it, said Maymun, and I would not receive a favor at such a wicked genius hands. I refer the matter to an arbitrator, and if you will not consent, I shall get the better by your refusal. Danhasch, who had ever a great deal of complacence for Maymun, immediately consented, which he had no sooner done, but Maymun, stamping with her foot, the earth opened, and out came a hideous, hump-backed, blind, and lame genius, with 6 horns on his head, and claws on his hands and feet. As soon as he was come out, and the earth had closed up, he, perceiving Maymun, cast himself at her feet, and then, rising upon one knee, asked what she would please to have with him. Rise, Kashisk, said Maymun, I caused you to come hither to determine a difference between me and that cursed Danhasch there. Look on that bed, and tell me, without partiality, which is the handsomest of those two who lie there asleep, the young man or the young lady. Kashisk looked on the prince and princess with great attention, admiration, and surprise, and after he had considered them a good while, without being able to determine which was the handsomest, he turned to Maymun, and said, Madam, I must needs confess I should deceive you, and betray myself, if I pretended to say one was a whit handsomer than the other. The more I examine them, the more it seems to me each possesses, in a sovereign degree, the beauty which is betwixt them, and if one has not the least defect, how can the other have any advantage? But if either has anything amiss, it will be better discovered when they are awake, than now they are asleep. Let them then be awaked one after another, and that person who shall express most love for the other by ardor, eagerness, and passion, shall be deemed to have least beauty. This proposal of Kashish's pleased equally both Maymun and Danhash. Maymun then changed herself into a flea, and leapt on the prince's neck, where she stung him so smartly, that he awoke, and put up his hand to the place, but Maymun skipped away as soon as she had done, and resumed her pristine form, which, like those of the two genii, was invisible, the better to observe what he would do. In drawing back his hand, the prince chanced to let it fall on that of the Princess of China. He opened his eyes, and was exceedingly surprised to find a lady lying by him, nay, a lady of the greatest beauty. He raised his head, and leaned on his elbow, the better to consider her. Her blooming youth, and incomparable beauty, fired him in a moment, of which flame he had never yet been sensible, and from which he had even hitherto guarded himself with the greatest application. Love seized on his heart in the most lively manner, insomuch that he could not help crying out, What beauty is this! What charms! Oh, my heart! Oh, my soul! In saying which, he kissed her forehead, both her cheeks, and her mouth, with so little caution, that she had certainly been awaked by it, had not she slept sounder than usual through the enchantment of Danhash. How, my pretty lady, said the prince, do you not awake at these testimonies of love given you by Prince Camaralzaman? Whosoever you are, I would have you to know he is not unworthy of your affection. He was going to awake her at that instant, but refrained himself all of a sudden. Is not this she, said he, whom the Sultan my father would have had me marry? He was in the wrong not to let me see her sooner. Had he done so, I should not have offended him by my disobedience, nor would he have had occasion to use me as he has done. The prince began to repent sincerely of the fault he had committed, and was once more upon the point of awaking the Princess of China. It may be, said he within himself, the Sultan, my father has a mind to surprise me, and has sent this young lady to try if I had really that aversion to marriage which I pretended. Who knows but, having thus laid her in my way, he is hid behind the hangings, to take an opportunity to appear, and make me ashamed of my dissimulation. This second crime would be yet much greater than the first. Upon the whole matter, I will content myself with this ring, which will at any time create in me a remembrance of this dear lady. He then gently drew off a fine ring the princess had on her finger, and immediately put on one of his own in its place. After this he turned his back, and was not long before he fell into a profounder sleep than before, through the enchantment of the genii. As soon as Prince Camaralzaman was sound asleep, Danhash transformed himself into a flea likewise in his turn, and went and bit the princess so rudely on the lower lip that she forthwith awoke, started, clapped herself upon her breech, and, opening her eyes, was not a little surprised to see a man lying by her. From surprise she proceeded to admiration, and from admiration to real joy, which she conceived at finding him so beautiful and young. "What?" cried she, "is it you the king my father has designed me for a husband? I am, indeed, most unfortunate at not knowing it before, for then I should not have put my lord and father in a rage, nor been so long deprived of a husband, whom I cannot forbear loving with all my heart. Wake, then, wake, my dear love," proceeded she, "for it does not sure become a man that is married to sleep so soundly the first night of his nuptials." So saying, she took Prince Camaralzaman by the arm, and shook him so violently, as had been enough to have awaked the profoundest sleeper, had not Maymun at that instant increased his sleep and augmented his enchantment. She renewed this shaking several times, and finding it did not awake him, she cried out, "What is come to thee, my dear? What jealous rival, envying thy happiness and mine, has had recourse to magic, to throw thee into this profound and insurmountable drowsiness, from whence I think thou wilt never recover?" Then she snatched his hand, and kissing it eagerly, perceived he had a ring upon his finger which greatly resembled hers, and which she found to be her own. As soon as she saw that she had another on her finger instead of it, she could not comprehend how this exchange could be made, but yet she did not doubt but it was a certain token of their marriage. At length, being tired with her fruitless endeavors to awake the prince, yet well assured that he could not escape her when he awoke, she said, "Since I find it is not in my power to awake thee, I will not trouble myself any further about it, but bid thee good night, and then compose myself to rest." At these words, after having given him a hearty kiss on the cheeks and lips, she turned her back, and went again to sleep. When Maymun saw that she could speak without fear of awaking the princess, she cried to Danhash, "Ah, cursed genius! Dost thou not now see what thy contest is come to? Art thou not now convinced how much thy princess is inferior to my prince in charms?" At this she turned to Kashisk, and having thanked him for his trouble, bid him, in conjunction with Danhash, take the princess, and convey her back again to her bed, from whence he had taken her. Danhash and Kashisk did as they were commanded, and Maymun retired to her well. Prince Camaralzaman, waking next morning, looked to see if the lady was by him whom he had seen the night before. When he found she was gone, he cried out, "I thought indeed that this was a trick the king my father designed to play me. I am much obliged to him for the favor, yet have fairly escaped his trap." Then he awaked the slave, and bid him come and dress him, who accordingly brought him a basin of water, and washing himself, and saying his prayers, he took a book, and began to read. After those ordinary exercises, he called the slave, and said to him, "Come hither, and be careful that you do not tell me a lie. How came the lady hither who lay with me tonight, and who brought her?" "My lord," answered the slave with great astonishment, "I know not what lady your highness speaks of." "I speak," said the prince, "of her who came hither, and lay with me tonight, or rather who was brought for that purpose." My lord, replied the slave, I know of no such lady, and if there was any such, how should she come in without my knowledge, since I lay at the door? Are you in the contrivance, then, villain? Replied the prince. Slave, you lie. For there was a lady here. In saying these words, he gave him a box on the ear, pushed him along upon the ground, and then stamped upon him for some time, till at length taking the well rope, and tying it under his arms, he plunged him several times into the water. I will drown thee, wretch! Cried he, if thou dost not speedily tell me who the lady was, and who introduced her. The slave, half dead, said within himself, doubtless, my lord the prince must have lost his senses through grief, and I shall not know how to escape being murdered, if I do not tell him a lie. My lord, then cried he, in an humble and supplicant tone, I beseech your highness to spare my life, and I will tell you how the matter is. Then the prince drew the slave up, and pressed him to begin. As soon as he was out of the well, my lord, said he, trembling, your highness may perceive it is not proper for me to relate anything to you in this condition. I beg you to give me leave to go and change my clothes, and I will satisfy you all I am able. Do it. Then, quickly, said the prince, and be sure you conceal nothing. For if you do, you must expect the worst of usage. The slave, being at liberty, went out, and having locked the door upon the prince, ran to the palace in the pickle he was in. The king was at that time in discourse with his prime vizier, to whom he had just related the agonies he had undergone that night on account of his son's disobedience. The wise minister endeavored to comfort his master, by telling him that he did not doubt but the prince would soon be reduced to obedience. Sir, said he, your majesty need not repent of having used your son after this rate. I dare promise it will contribute towards reclaiming him. Have but patience to let him continue a while in prison, and no doubt the heat of youth will abate, and he will submit entirely to your pleasure. The Grand Vizier had just made an end of speaking when the slave came in, and cast himself at King Shahzaman's feet. My lord, said he, I am very sorry to be the messenger of ill news to your Majesty, which I know must create your fresh affliction. My lord, the prince is distracted, he fancies a fine lady has lain with him all night, and has used me thus ill for questioning it. Then he proceeded to tell all the particulars of what Prince Camaralzaman had said to him. The king, who did not expect to hear anything of this kind, said to the prime minister, now you see how much you are mistaken in the remedy of a prison. This is very different from what hopes you give me just now. Run immediately, and see what is the matter, and come and give me a speedy account. The Grand Vizier obeyed, and going into the prince's chamber, found him sitting on his bed in good temper, and with a book in his hand, which he was reading. After mutual salutations, the vizier sat down by him, and said, My lord, I would willingly have a slave of yours punished, who has come to fright the king your father with news that has put him under great disturbance. What news is that, replied the prince, which could give my father so great uneasiness? I have much greater cause to complain of that slave. My lord, answered the vizier, God forbid that the news should be true which he has told your father concerning you, and which indeed myself find to be false, by the good temper I observe you in which I pray God to continue. It may be, replied the prince, he did not make himself well understood, but since you are come, who ought to know something of the matter, give me leave to ask you who that lady was that lay with me last night. The Grand Vizier was almost struck dumb at this demand, however. He recovered himself, and said, My lord, be not surprised at the confusion I was under upon your question. Is it possible, think you, my lord, that any lady, or any other person in the world, should penetrate by night into this place without entering at the door, and walking over the belly of your slave? I beseech you, my lord, recollect yourself, and you will find this only a dream, which has made this impression on you. I give no ear to what you say, said the prince, in an angry and high tone. I must know of you absolutely what is become of the lady, and if you scruple to obey me, I am in a place where I shall soon be able to force you to tell me. At these stern words the Grand Vizier began to be under greater confusion than before, and was thinking how he could in the best manner get away. He endeavored to pacify the prince by good words, and begged of him, in the most humble manner, to tell him if he had seen this lady. Yes, yes, answered the prince, I have seen her, and am very well satisfied that you sent her to tempt me. She played the part you had given her admirably well, for I could not get a word from her. She pretended to be asleep, but I was no sooner got into a slumber, than she rose and left me. You know all this, as well as myself, for I do not doubt but that she has gone to make her report of her dexterity. My lord, replied the vizier, I swear to your highness, that nothing of this has been acted which you seem to reproach me with. And I vow, by the head of our great prophet, that neither your father nor myself have sent the lady you speak of, if I may believe my royal master's protestations, and sure I can answer for myself. I am confident that neither of us had ever any such thought. Permit me, therefore, to certify your highness once more that this must needs have been a dream. How do you come thus to affront and contradict me, said the prince in a great rage, and to tell me to my face that what I have told you is a dream? You are an unbelieving varlet, cried he, and at the same time took him by the beard, and loaded him with so many blows, that he was hardly able to stand under them. The poor Grand Vizier endured patiently all the brunt of his lord's indignation, and could not help saying within himself, Now am I even in as bad a condition as the slave, and shall think myself happy if I can, like him, escape from any further danger. In the midst of the blows that were given him, he cried out, but for a moment's audience, which the prince, after he had nearly tired himself with beating him, consented to give. I own, my lord, said the Grand Vizier, dissembling, that there is something in what your highness suspects, but you cannot be ignorant under what necessity a minister is to obey his royal master's orders. Yet if your highness will but be pleased to set me at liberty, will go and tell him anything on your part that you shall think fit to command. Go, then, said the prince, and tell him from me, that, if he pleases, I will marry the lady he sent me, or rather that was brought me, last night. Do this quickly, and bring me a speedy answer. The Grand Vizier made a profound reverence, and went away, not thinking himself altogether safe till he had got out of the tower, and shut the door upon the prince. He came and presented himself before the Sultan Shahzaman, with a countenance that sufficiently showed he had been ill-used. "Well," said the king, "in what condition did you find my son?" "Sir," answered the vizier, "what the slave reported to your majesty is but too true." He then related the interview he had had with Camaralzaman, how he was in a passion upon his endeavoring to persuade him it was impossible that any lady should get into him, how he had used him very scurvily, and by what means he made his escape. Shahzaman was the more concerned, because he loved the prince with an exceeding tenderness, and resolved to find out the truth of this matter. He therefore proposed to go and see his son in the tower himself, accompanied by the Grand Vizier. Prince Camaralzaman received the king his father in the tower with great respect. The king sat down, and made the prince his son seat himself by him, putting several questions to him, which he answered with a great deal of good sense. As they were talking, the king every now and then cast his eyes on the Grand Vizier, thereby intimating to him that he did not find his son had lost his senses, but rather thought he had lost his. The king at length spoke of the lady to his son. "Son," said he, "I desire you to tell me what lady that was who lay with you last night, as I have been told." "Sir," answered Camaralzaman, "I beg your majesty not to give me any more disturbance on that head, but rather to oblige me so far as to let me have her in marriage, whatever aversion I may formerly have discovered for women. This young lady has charmed me to that degree, that I cannot help betraying my weakness. I am ready to receive her at your majesty's hands, with all the acknowledgments imaginable." King Shahzaman was surprised at this answer of the prince's, so remote, as he thought, from the good sense he had found in him before. He therefore said to him, "Son, you put me under the greatest consternation imaginable, by what you now say to me. I swear to you, by my crown, which is to devolve upon you after me, that I know not one word of what you mention about the lady, and if there has any such come to you, it was altogether without my knowledge or privity. But how could she get into this tower without my consent? For whatever my Grand Vizier told you, it was only to appease you that he said it. It must therefore be nothing but a dream, and I beg of you not to believe anything to the contrary." "Sir," replied the prince, "I should be forever unworthy of the goodwill of your majesty, if I did not give entire credit to what you are pleased to say, but I humbly beseech you, at the same time, give ear to what I shall say to you, and then to judge whether what I have the honor to tell you be a dream or not." Then Prince Camaralzaman related to the king his father after what manner he had been awaked, exaggerating the beauty and charms of the lady he found by his side, the love he had for her at first sight, and the pains he took to awake her without effect. He did not conceal what had obliged him to awake, arid, fall asleep again, after he made the exchange of his ring with that of the lady. Showing the king the ring, he added, "Sir, your majesty must needs know my ring very well, and you see I have it not in my finger, but another of a woman's instead of it. From this proof, therefore, I hope you will be pleased to be convinced that I have not lost my senses, as you have been almost made to believe." King Shahzaman was so perfectly convinced of the truth of what his son had been telling him, that he had not a word to say. remaining astonished for some time, and not being able to utter a syllable. The prince took advantage of this opportunity, and said further, "May it please your majesty, the passion I have conceived for this charming lady, whose precious image I bear continually on my mind, is so strong, that I cannot live unless your majesty procures me the happiness of enjoying her, which I know you can well do, as not being ignorant who she is." "Son," replied the king, "after what I have just heard, and what I see by the ring on your finger, I cannot doubt but your passion is real for this lady, and would to God I knew who she was. I would make you happy from this moment. But what means have I to come at the knowledge of her? Where shall I find her, and how seek for her? How could she get in here, and by what conveyance? Without my consent. Why did she come to sleep only, inflame you with her beauty, and then leave you while you was in a slumber? These things, I must confess, are past my finding out, and if heaven is not so favorable as to give some light into them, we, I fear, must both go down to the grave together. Come, then, my son," continued he, "let us go and afflict ourselves in conjunction, you for the hopes you have lost, and I for seeing you grieve, and not being in a capacity to remedy your affliction." King Shahzaman then led his son out of the tower, and conveyed him to the palace, where he was no sooner arrived, than he fell sick, and took to his bed, which made the king shut himself up with him, and grieve so bitterly, that he was not in a condition to take any cognizance of the affairs of his kingdom. The prime minister, who was the only person that had admittance, came one day and told him the whole court, and even the people, began to murmur at their not seeing him, and that he did not administer justice every day as he was wont to do before this accident happened, on which account he knew not what disorders it might occasion. "I humbly beg your majesty, therefore," proceeded he, "to take some notice of what I now represent to you. I am sensible your majesty's company is a great comfort to the prince in his condition, and that his is no less assuaging to your grief, but then you must not run the risk of letting all be lost. I should think it were proper to be proposed to your majesty that you would be pleased to suffer yourself to be transported to a castle which you have in a little island opposite the port, where you may give audience to your subjects twice a week, and where, during that function, the prince will be so agreeably amused with the beauty, prospect, and good air of the place, that he will be likely to bear your absence with the less concern." King Shahzaman approved of this proposal, and when the castle, where he had not resided for some time, had been new furnished, he caused himself to be transported thither with the prince, where, excepting the times that he gave audience as aforesaid, he passed all his hours on his son's pillow, sometimes endeavoring to comfort him, but oftener afflicting himself with him. Whilst matters passed thus in the capital of King Shahzaman, the two genii, Danhash and Kashisk, had carried the princess of China back to the palace, where the king her father had shut her up, and laid her in her bed as before. When she awaked next morning, and found, by looking to the right and to the left, that Prince Camaralzaman was not by her, she cried out with such a voice to her old women, as soon made them come to know what she wanted. Her nurse, who presented herself first, desired to be informed what her highness would be pleased to have, and what had happened to Hot that occasioned her to call out so earnestly. Tell me, said the princess, what has become of the young man that has lain with me tonight, and whom I love with all my soul. Madam, replied the nurse, we know of no such person, and cannot pretend to understand your highness, unless you will be pleased to explain yourself. How do you mean explain myself? Quoth the princess. Why, I had a lovely and most amiable young man that slept with me last night, whom, though I caressed ever so much, I could not awake. I only ask you where he is. Madam, answered the nurse, is it to jest and impose upon us that your highness asks these questions? I beseech your highness to be pleased to rise, and you shall be satisfied in all things that we are capable of satisfying you in. I am in earnest, then, said the princess, and I must know where this young man is. Madam, insisted the nurse, you were alone when you went to bed last night, and how any man could come to you without our knowledge, I cannot imagine, for we all lay about the door of your chamber, which was locked, and I had the key in my pocket. At this the princess lost all patience, and, catching the nurse by the hair, and giving her 2 or 3 sound cuffs, cried, tell me where this young man is, you old sorceress, or I will beat out your brains. The nurse struggled all she could to get from her, and at last succeeded, when she went immediately, with tears in her eyes, and her face all bloody, to complain to the queen her mother, who was not a little surprised to see the old woman in such a condition. Madam, began the nurse, you see what a condition the princess has put me in. She would certainly have murdered me, if I had not escaped out of her hands. But for what, good nurse? Replied the queen, what occasion did you give my daughter for using you so ill? I gave none, madam, answered the nurse, and so began to tell the cause of all that passion and rage in the princess. The queen was mightily surprised to hear it, and could not guess how she came to be so infatuated as to take for a reality what could be no other than a dream. Your Majesty must conclude from all this, madam, continued the nurse, that my mistress the princess is out of her senses. I would beseech your Majesty, therefore, to go and see her, and you will find what I say to be but too true. The great love the queen bore the princess readily made her comply with the nurse's proposal, so they went together immediately to the princess's palace. The Queen of China sat down by her daughter's bedside upon her arrival in her apartment, and, after informing herself about her health, began to ask what had made her so angry with her nurses to treat her after the manner she had done, which great princesses had never condescended or attempted to do before. Madam, replied the princess, I plainly perceive your Majesty is come to mock me, but I declare I will never let you rest till you consent I shall marry the young man that lay with me last night. You must needs know where he is, and therefore I beg your Majesty would let him come to me again. Daughter, answered the queen, you surprise me, I know nothing of what you talk. Then the princess lost all manner of respect for the queen, and replied, in a great passion, the king my father. And you have all along persecuted me about marrying when I had no mind to it, and, now I have a mind, you would fain oppose me, but I must tell you, madam, I will have this young man I speak of for my husband, or I will kill myself. Here the queen endeavored to calm the princess by soft words. Daughter, said she, you know well you was alone in this apartment, how then could any man come to you? This must be mere fancy or a dream, for here the princess interrupted her, and was so far from hearkening to what she said, that she flew out into such extravagances as obliged the queen to leave her, and retire in great affliction, to inform her lord in what condition their daughter was. The king, hearing it, had a mind likewise to be satisfied in person, and, therefore, coming to his daughter's apartment, demanded of her to say if what he had just heard was true. Sir, replied the princess, let us talk no more of that, I only beseech your majesty to grant me the favor that I may marry the young cavalier I lay with last night. What? Said the king, has any one lain with you last night? How? Sir, replied the princess, without giving the king leave to go on, do you ask me if any one lay with me last night? Your majesty knows that but too well. He was the finest and best made cavalier the sun ever saw. I desire him of you for my husband by all means, sir, and I beg you will not refuse me. But that your majesty may no longer doubt whether I have seen this cavalier, whether he has lain with me, whether I have caressed him, or whether I did my utmost to awake him without succeeding, see, if you please, this ring. She then reached forth her hand, and showed the king a man's ring upon her finger. The king did not know what to make of all this, but, as he had confined her as mad, so now he began to think her more so than ever. Therefore, without saying anything more, for fear she might do violence to herself or somebody else, had her chained, and shut up more closely than ever, allowing her only the nurse to wait on her, with a good guard at the door. The king, being exceedingly concerned at the indisposition of his daughter, sought all possible means to get her cured. He assembled his council, and, after having acquainted them with her condition, he proffered any one of them that would undertake her cure the succession to his kingdom after his death, if successful, the desire of enjoying a young and beautiful princess, and the hope of governing one day so powerful a kingdom as that of China, had a strange effect on an old emir, already advanced in age, who was then present in council. As he was well skilled in magic, he offered the king to cure his daughter, and flattered himself with success. Very well, said the king, but I forgot to tell you one thing, and that is, that if you do not succeed, you shall lose your head. It would not be reasonable that you should have so great a reward, and yet run no risk on your part. And what I say to you, continued the king, I say to all others that shall come after you, to let them consider beforehand what they undertake. The emir, however, accepted the condition, and the king led him to the princess. She covered her face as soon as she saw them come in, and cried out, Your Majesty surprises me, in bringing a man along with you whom I do not know, and by whom my religion forbids me to allow myself to be seen. Daughter, replied the king, you need not be scandalized, it is only one of my emirs that has come to demand you of me in marriage. It is not I. Perceive he that you have already given me, replied the princess, and your majesty may rest assured that I will never marry any other. Now the emir expected the princess would have said or done some extravagant thing, and was not a little disappointed when he heard her talk so calmly and rationally, for he then knew her Disease was nothing but a violent love passion, which he was by no means able to cure. He therefore threw himself at his Majesty's feet, and said, after what I have heard and observed, Sir, it will be to no purpose for me to think of curing the princess, since I have no remedies proper for her malady, for which reason I humbly submit my life to your Majesty's pleasure. The king, enraged at his incapacity, and the trouble he had given him, caused him immediately to be beheaded. Some few days after, His Majesty, unwilling to have it said that he had neglected his daughter's cure, put forth a proclamation in his capital city, importing, that if any physician, astrologer, or magician, would undertake to restore the princess to her senses, he need only come, and he should be employed, provided he was willing to lose his head if he miscarried. He had the same thing published in the other principal cities and towns of his dominions, as likewise in those of the other neighboring states. The first that presented himself was both an astrologer and magician, whom the king caused to be conducted to the princess's prison by an eunuch. The astrologer, upon seeing his patient, drew forth, out of a bag he carried in his arm, an astrolabe, a small sphere, a chafing dish, several sorts of drugs proper for fumigations, a brass pot, with many other things, and desired he might have a fire lighted. The princess demanded for what all these preparations were. Madam, answered the eunuch, they are to exorcise the evil spirit that possesses you, and afterwards to shut him up in this pot, and throw him into the sea. Foolish astrologer, replied the princess, I have no occasion for any of your preparations, but am in my perfect senses, and it is you alone who are mad. If your art can bring him I love to me, I shall be obliged to you, otherwise you may go about your business, for I have nothing to do with you. Madam, said the astrologer, if your case be so, I shall desist from all endeavors, believing that the king your father can only remedy your disaster in this particular. So putting up his trinkets again, he marched away, very much concerned that he had so easily undertaken to cure an imaginary sick person. Coming to give an account to the king of what he had done, he would not suffer the eunuch to speak for him, but began thus himself, according to what your Majesty published in your proclamation, and what you were pleased to confirm to me yourself. I thought the princess was distracted and therefore had provided all I believed necessary to restore her to her senses. Pursuant to the nostrums I have, but, to my great amazement, when I beheld her, I found she had no other disease than that of love, over which my art had no power. Your Majesty, then, may be pleased to consider, that you alone are the physician who can cure her, by giving her the person in marriage whom she desires. The king, upon hearing this, was very much enraged at the astrologer, and had his head cut off upon the spot. Now, not to fatigue your Majesty with long repetitions, proceeded Scheherazade to the Sultan, I will acquaint you, in few words, that so many astrologers, physicians, magicians, and the like came upon this account, that they in all amounted to about 50, who, nevertheless, all underwent the same fate, and their heads were set upon poles on every gate of the city. The story of Marzavan, with the sequel of that of Prince Camaralzaman. The Princess of China's nurse had a son whose name was Marzavan. and who had been foster brother to the princess. Their friendship was so great during their childhood, that they called each other brother and sister, which even continued some time after their separation. This Marzavan, among other studies, had from his youth been much addicted to judicial astrology, geomancy, and other secret arts, wherein he became exceedingly skillful. Not content with what he had learned from masters, he traveled, and there was hardly a person of note in any science whom he did not know, so great was his thirst after knowledge. After several years' absence in foreign parts on this account, he returned to the capital city of his native country, China, where, seeing so many heads on the gate by which he entered, he was exceedingly surprised, and, on coming to his lodging, demanded for what reason they had been placed there, but more especially informed himself of the condition of the princess his foster sister, whom he had not forgotten. As he could not be made acquainted with one without having an account of the other, he for the present satisfied himself with what he had heard, till such time as he could learn more from his mother, the princess's nurse. Although the nurse, mother of Marzavan, was very much employed about the princess, yet she no sooner heard her dear son was returned, but she found time to come and embrace, and stay with him a little. Having told him, with tears in her eyes, in what a sad condition the princess was, and for what reason the king her father had confined her, he desired to know of his mother, if she could not procure him the sight of her royal mistress, without the king's knowing anything of it. After some pause, she told him she could say nothing to the matter for the present, but if he would meet her next day at the same hour, she would give him an answer. Now the nurse, knowing that none could approach the princess but herself, without leave of the eunuch who commanded the guard at the gate, addressed herself to him, who, she believed, was ignorant of what had formerly passed at the court of China. You know, said she, I have brought up and suckled the princess, and may likewise have heard that I had a daughter whom I brought up along with her. Now this daughter has since been married, yet the princess still does her the honor to remember her, and would fain see her, but would do so without any body perceiving her coming in or out. The nurse would have gone on, but the eunuch cried, Say no more. It is sufficient, I will do anything to oblige the princess, go and fetch your daughter, for send her about midnight, and the gate shall be open to you. As soon as night came, the nurse went for her son Marzavan, and having dressed him so artfully in women's clothes, that nobody could perceive he was a man, she took him along with her, and the eunuch, believing it was a woman, admitted them without hesitation. The nurse, before she thought fit to present Marzavan, went to the princess, and said, Madam, this is not a woman I have brought to you, it is my son Marzavan, lately arrived from his travels. He has a great desire to kiss your hand, and I hope your highness will admit him to that honor. What, my brother Marzavan? Said the princess, with a great deal of joy. Come hither, my dear, cried she, and take off this veil. For surely it is not unreasonable that a brother and a sister should see each other without reserve. Marzavan saluted her with profound respect, when she, without giving him leave to speak, cried out, I am rejoiced to see you returned in good health, after so many years' absence. Madam, replied Marzavan, I am infinitely obliged to your highness For your goodness in rejoicing at my health, I no sooner landed in my native country than I inquired after yours, and heard what, to my great affliction, I am now witness of. Nevertheless, I cannot but rejoice that I am come seasonably to administer that remedy to you which so many others have attempted without success, and though I should not reap any other fruit of my long voyage, I shall think myself fully recompensed, for my great toil and hazard, by that one happiness. Speaking these words, Marzavan drew forth a book, and other things from his pocket, which he judged necessary to be used according to the relation he had got from his mother of the princess's distemper. The princess, seeing him make all those preparations, cried out, "What? Brother, are you then one of those who believe me mad? Undeceive yourself, and hearken to what I shall say to you." The princess then began to relate to Marzavan all the particulars of her story, without omitting the least circumstance, even to the ring which was exchanged for hers, and which she showed him. "I have not concealed the least matter from you," said she, "yet it is true there is something that I cannot comprehend, and has given occasion for some persons to think me mad, but as for the rest, I assure you it is literally as I have related." After the princess had done speaking, Marzavan, filled with wonder and astonishment, continued for some time with his eyes fixed on the ground, without speaking a word, but at length, lifting his head, he said, "If it be as your highness says, and which I do not in the least doubt, I hope to procure the satisfaction you desire, but I must first entreat your highness to arm yourself with patience till I return, for I am resolved to set out in quest of this person, and, at my return, you may expect to see the object of your love." So saying, Marzavan took leave of the princess, and set out next morning on his intended tour. He traveled from city to city, from province to province, and from island to island, and, in every place through which he passed, he could hear of nothing but the Princess Badoura, the Princess of China's name, and her history. About 4 months after, our traveler arrived at Torf, a seaport town, both great and populous, where he no more heard of the Princess Badoura, all the talk being of Prince Camaralzaman, who was sick, and whose history was very similar to that of the princess. Marzavan was extremely glad to hear this, and informed himself of the place where the prince was to be found, to which he might have gone either by land or sea, or by sea only, but the last was the shortest way. Marzavan chose the latter, and, embarking on board a merchant ship, arrived safe in sight of King Shahzaman's capital, but, on entering the port, his ship happened to strike upon a rock, when it foundered, and sunk in sight of Prince Camaralzaman's castle, where the king and his grand vizier were at that time. Marzavan could swim very well, he therefore immediately cast himself into the sea on the ship's sinking, and got safe on shore under the castle, where he was soon relieved by the grand vizier's order. After changing his clothes, and being well treated, he was introduced to the grand vizier, who had sent for him. Marzavan being a young man of good address, and of a good air, this minister was very civil to him, especially when he heard him give such just and pertinent answers to what was asked of him. He also perceived he was learned, therefore said to him, "From what I can understand, you have traveled a great way, and must needs have acquired much knowledge. I would to God you had learned any secret for curing a certain malady, which has greatly afflicted this court for a long while. Marzavan replied, if he knew what malady that was, he might perhaps find a remedy for it. Then the Grand Vizier related to him the whole story of Prince Camaralzaman from its origin, and concealed nothing of his desired birth, his education, the great inclination the king his father had to see him early married, his aversion to marriage, his disobeying his father in full council, his imprisonment, and his pretended extravagances in prison, which, be said, were afterwards changed into a violent passion for a certain unknown lady, who he pretended had exchanged a ring with him, though, for his part, he verily believed there was no such person in the world. Marzavan gave great attention to all that the Grand Vizier said, and was infinitely rejoiced to find that, by means of his shipwreck, he had so fortunately met with the person he was looking after. He saw no reason to doubt but that Prince Camaralzaman was the man the Princess of China was in love with. Therefore, without discovering anything further to the vizier, he desired to see him, whereby, he said, he might be better able to judge of his distemper. Follow me then, said the Grand Vizier, and you will find the king with him, who has already desired I should introduce you to him. The first thing that startled Marzavan, at his entrance into the prince's chamber, was to find him upon his bed languishing, and with his eyes shut. Although he saw him in that condition, and although the king his father was sitting by him, he could not help crying out, Heavens! Was there ever a greater resemblance than this? He meant in their faces, for it seems the princess and prince were much alike. These words of Marzavan excited the prince's curiosity so far that he vouchsafed to open his eyes, and look upon him. Marzavan, who had a great deal of wit, laid hold of that opportunity, and made his compliment in verse extempore, which nevertheless he did in such a disguised manner, that neither the king nor Grand Vizier understood anything of the matter. However, he represented so nicely what had happened to the Princess of China, that the prince had no room to doubt but he knew the object of his love, and could give him tidings of her. This made him so joyful, that the effects of it plentifully showed themselves in his eyes and looks. After Marzavan had finished his compliment in verse, which surprised Prince Camaralzaman so agreeably, His Highness took the liberty to make a sign to the king his father to quit the place where he was, and let Marzavan sit by him. The king, overjoyed at this alteration, which gave him hopes of his son's speedy recovery, quitted his place, and taking Marzavan by the hand, led him to it, requesting him to be seated. Then his Majesty demanded of him who he was, and whence he came, and upon Marzavan's answering he was a subject of China, and came from that kingdom, the king immediately cried out, Heaven grant you may be able to withdraw my son from this profound melancholy, and I shall have eternal obligations to you, which I will do my utmost to gratify beyond what was ever done. Having said this, he left the prince to entertain himself with the stranger, while he went and rejoiced with the Grand Vizier on this happy meeting. Marzavan, leaning down to the prince, spoke low in his ear thus. My lord, said he, it is high time your highness should cease to grieve. I know the lady on whose account you lament so bitterly. It is the Princess Badora, daughter of Gayor, King of China. Of this I can assure your Highness, both on account of what she has told me of her adventure, and what I have learned of yours. You may also depend upon it that she has undergone no less on your account than you have done on hers. Here he began to relate all that he knew of the princess, from the fatal time of their interview after so an extraordinary a manner. He omitted not to acquaint him how those had fared who had failed in their pretenses to cure the princess of her indisposition. But your Highness is the only person, added he, that can cure her effectually, and therefore it were no matter how soon you set about it. However, before you undertake so great a voyage, I would have you perfectly recovered, and then we will take such measures as are necessary. This discourse had a marvelous effect on the prince. He found so great a benefit by it through the hopes he conceived of speedily fulfilling his desires, that he soon recovered strength sufficient to rise, and begged leave of his father to dress before him, with such an air as gave the old king incredible satisfaction. King Shahzaman immediately embraced Marzavan, without inquiring into the means that had wrought this wonderful effect, and soon after went out of the prince's chamber with the Grand Vizier to publish this agreeable news to his people. On this occasion, he ordered public rejoicings for several days together, and moreover, gave great largesses to his officers, alms to the poor, and caused the prisoners to be set at liberty throughout his kingdom. Every city resounded with joy, and every corner of his dominions felt the effect of his bounty. Prince Camaralzaman thought he had been extremely weakened by almost continual watchings and abstinence, yet, contrary to all expectation, he soon recovered his wonted health. When he found himself in a condition to undertake the voyage, he took Marzavan aside, and said, "Dear Marzavan, it is now time to perform the promise you have made. I burn with impatience to see the charming princess, and if you do not speedily give me an opportunity of putting an end to her torments and my own, by setting out on your journey, I shall soon relapse into my former condition, and then perhaps, you may not find it so easy to cure me as you have now done. But one thing still afflicts me," continued he, "and that is the difficulty I shall meet with in getting leave from my father to go. You see he scarcely ever leaves me, therefore, if you do not assist me in that particular, I am undone." At these words the prince fell a-weeping, and would not be comforted till Marzavan said, "Let not your highness be grieved at that, for I warrant I will get you your liberty, so that nothing shall stop us. My principal design in this voyage was to deliver the Princess of China, my mistress, from grief, and I should fail in my duty to her, if I did not do my best endeavor to effect it. This is, then, the means I have contrived to obtain your liberty. You have not stirred abroad for some time, therefore let the king your father understand you have a mind to take the air, and, if he pleases, to go and hunt 2 or 3 days with me. No doubt he will grant your request, which when he has done, order 2 good horses to be got ready in a certain place, and leave the rest to me." Next day Prince Camaralzaman did as he had been advised. He acquainted the king that he was very desirous to take the air, and, if he pleased, would go and hunt 2 or 3 days with Marzavan. The king gave his consent, but bid him be sure not to be from home above one night, since too much exercise might impair his health, and too long absence create his majesty some uneasiness. He then ordered him the best horses in his stable, and took particular care that nothing should be wanting for his diversion. When all was ready, his majesty embraced the prince, and having recommended the care of him to Marzavan, left them. Prince Camaralzaman and Marzavan were soon mounted, when, to amuse the two grooms who led the fresh horses, they made as if they would hunt, and so got as far from the city and out of the road as was possible. Night approaching, they alighted at a caravansara or inn, where they supped, and slept till about midnight, when Marzavan awaked the prince without awaking the grooms, desiring his highness to let him have his suit, and take another for himself, which was brought in his sumpter. Thus equipped, they mounted the fresh horses, and Marzavan taking one of the groom's horses by the bridle, they set off at a good round pace. At daybreak they got into a forest, where, coming to the meeting of four roads, Marzavan went aside, and desired the prince to wait for him a little. He then cut the groom's horse's throat, and, tearing the prince's suit he had on, besmeared it with blood, and threw it in the highway. The prince demanded his reason for what he had done. He told his highness that he was sure the king his father would no sooner come to know that he was departed without the grooms, than he would suspect something, and immediately send in quest of them. Now, said Marzavan, to the end that, when they come to this place, they may stop and think you are devoured by wild beasts. I have done this, so that by this means we may have leisure to continue our journey without fear of pursuit. I must needs confess, continued Marzavan, that this is a violent way of proceeding, to alarm an old father with the death of his son, whom he loved so passionately, but then, on the other hand, the news of your welfare, which he may soon have, will in a great measure alleviate his grief, and make amends for your absence. Brave Marzavan, replied the prince, I cannot sufficiently admire your conduct, and I have all the obligations in the world to you. The prince and Marzavan, well provided with cash for their expenses, continued their journey both by land and sea, and found no other obstacle but the length of the way which they were forced to undergo. At length, however, they arrived at the capital of China, where Marzavan, instead of going to his lodging, carried the prince to a public inn. They tarried there incognito 3 days to rest themselves, during which time Marzavan caused an astrologer's habit to be made for the prince. The 3 days being expired, they went together to the bagnio, the prince putting on his astrologer's habit, and from thence Marzavan conducted him in sight of the king of China's palace, where he left him to acquaint his mother, the Princess Badora's nurse, of his arrival, that she might give the like information to the princess her mistress. Prince Camaralzaman, instructed by Marzavan what he was to do, and provided with all he wanted as an astrologer, came next morning to the gate of the king's palace, and cried aloud, I am an astrologer, and am come to effect a cure on the most beautiful Princess Badora, daughter of the most high and mighty monarch Gayor, King of China, on the conditions proposed by His Majesty. To marry her if I succeed, or else to lose my life for my fruitless and presumptuous attempt. Besides the guards and porters standing at the gate, this novelty drew together a great number of people about Prince Camaralzaman. There had no physician, astrologer, nor magician, appeared for a long time on this account, deterred by the many tragical examples of ill success that had occurred. It was therefore thought there were either no more of these professions in the world, or at least that there were no more so mad as those who had gone before them. The prince's good mien, noble air, and blooming youth raised pity in every one who saw him. "What do you mean, sir," said some, who stood near him, "to expose thus your life, which promises so much, to certain death? Cannot the heads you see on all the gates of this city deter you from such an undertaking? In the name of God, consider what you do, and abandon the rash attempt." The prince continued firm, notwithstanding the remonstrances made to him, and, as he saw nobody come to introduce him, he repeated the same cry with so loud a voice as to make every body tremble. They all then cried, "Let him alone, he is resolved to die. God have mercy upon his soul." He then proceeded to cry out a third time in the same manner, when the Grand Vizier came in person and introduced him to the King of China. As soon as the prince came into the king's presence, he bowed and kissed the floor. The king, who, of all that hitherto had exposed their lives on this occasion, had not before seen one worthy of his notice, had now a real compassion for Prince Camaralzaman, on account of the danger he was about to expose himself to, and perceiving in him something which merited deference and respect, he did him the more honor, and made him seat himself near him. "Young man," said he, "I can hardly believe that you, at this age, can have acquired sufficient experience to enable you to cure my daughter. I will give her to you with all my heart on that account, nay, more willingly than I should have done to others who have before offered themselves, but then I declare to you, at the same time, with a great deal of concern, that if you fail to succeed in your attempt, notwithstanding your noble appearance and exceedingly beautiful person, you must lose your head." "Sir," replied the prince, "I have infinite obligations to your Majesty for the honor you design me, though a stranger, but I desire your Majesty to consider that I would not have come from so remote a country, in which perhaps may be unknown in your dominions, if I had not been certain of the cure I propose. What might not be said of my inconstancy of temper, if, after the great fatigue and dangers I have undergone on this account, I should abandon the generous enterprise in which I had engaged? Even your Majesty would soon lose that respect you have done me the honor to show me, if I appeared so dastardly and mean-spirited. I beseech your Majesty, therefore, no longer to delay the experiment I am certain of, but give me leave to display the utmost of my art, which I doubt not will be to your Majesty's satisfaction, as well as my great happiness." Then the king commanded the eunuch, who had the guard of the princess, to introduce Prince Camaralzaman into her apartment. But, before letting him go, was so kind as to remind him once more of the hazard he underwent, yet the prince seeming resolved. The king suffered him to follow the eunuch. When they came to a long gallery, at the end of which was the princess's apartment, the prince, through impatience once more to see the object of his vows, who had occasioned him so much grief, got before the eunuch, walking as fast as he could. The eunuch, redoubling his pace, with much difficulty got up with him, when, taking him by the arm, he cried, "Whither away so fast? Sir, you cannot be admitted without me, and it I should seem that you have a great desire for death, who can run to it so headlong. Not one of the many astrologers and magicians whom I have before introduced, made such haste as yourself to a place whither, I fear, you will but too soon come." "Friend," replied the prince, continuing his pace, and looking earnestly on the eunuch, "it was because none of your astrologers or magicians was ever so sure of their art as I am. They were certain, indeed, that they should die if they did not succeed. But they had no certainty, at the same time, of their successes. I have. On this account they had reason to tremble at approaching the place whither I go, and where I am sure to find my happiness." He had just spoken these words as he was at the door. The eunuch opened it, and introduced him into a great hall, whence there was an entrance into the princess's chamber, divided only by a piece of tapestry. Prince Camaralzaman, speaking more softly to the eunuch, asked him, before he entered, whether he chose that he should cure the princess in his presence, or where he was, without going further. Telling him, in the same tone, that nobody might hear him in the princess's chamber, he made him the frank offer, to show that it was not presumptuous caprice, nor the heat of youth, which put him upon the enterprise. The eunuch was very much amazed to hear the prince talk with such assurance. He left off insulting him, and said to him seriously, "It is no matter whether you do it here or there, provided the business be done, cure her how you will get immortal honor by it, not only in this court, but over all the world." The prince replied, "It will be best, then, to make the cure without seeing her, that you may be witness of my skill, though I cannot, without impatience, put off seeing a princess of her rank, who is to be my wife, yet, out of respect to you, I will deprive myself of that pleasure for a little while." Being furnished with everything proper for an astrologer, and taking pen, ink, and paper out of his pocket, wrote this billet to the princess. Prince Camaralzaman to the Princess of China. Adorable Princess, the love-sick Prince Camaralzaman will not trouble you with the pains that he has endured ever since the fatal night when your charms deprived him of that liberty which he resolved to preserve as long as he lived. He only tells you that he devoted his heart to you in your charming slumbers, those slumbers which hindered him from beholding the brightness of your piercing eyes, in spite of all his endeavors to oblige you to open them. He presumed to present you with his ring as a token of his passion, and, in exchange, would be proud to receive yours, which he encloses in this billet. If you will condescend to return it as a reciprocal assurance of your love, he will reckon himself the happiest of all lovers, if not the sentence of death, which your fatal refusal brings him, will be received with the more resignation, because he dies for love of you. He waits in your ante-chamber for your answer." When the prince had finished his billet, he made it up, and enclosed with it the ring in a little packet, without letting the eunuch see what he did. When he sealed it, he gave it to him. "There, friend," said he, "carry it to your mistress. If it does not cure her as soon as she reads it, and sees what is enclosed in it, I give you leave to tell everybody that I am the most ignorant and impudent astrologer that ever was, is, or ever will be." The eunuch entering the Princess of China's chamber, gave her the packet he received from Prince Camaralzaman. "Madam," said he, "the boldest astrologer that ever lived, if I am not mistaken, is arrived here, and pretends that, on reading this letter, and seeing what is in it, you will be cured. I wish he may prove neither a liar nor an impostor." The Princess Badora took the billet, and opened it with a great deal of indifference, but, on seeing the ring, she had not patience to read it through. She rose hastily, broke the chair which held her down with struggling, and ran and opened the door. She knew the prince the moment she saw him, and he her. They presently embraced each other with all imaginable tenderness. And, without being able to say a word for excess of joy, they looked on one another, admiring how they met again after their first interview. The princess's nurse, who ran to the door with her, made them come into her chamber, where the Princess Badora gave the prince her ring, saying, "Take it, I cannot fairly keep it without restoring yours, which I will never part with. Neither yours nor mine can be in better hands." The eunuch went immediately to the king to tell him what had happened. "Sir," said he, "all the astrologers and doctors who have hitherto pretended to cure the princess, were a company of fools. In comparison of him who came last, he used neither schemes, conjurations, perfumes, nor anything else, but cured her without seeing her." Then he told the king how he did it, who was agreeably surprised at the news, and going presently to the princess's chamber, embraced her, after which he took Camaralzaman's hand, and joined it to the princess's. "Happy stranger," said the king, "I will keep my word, and give my daughter to be your wife, though, by what I see of you, it is impossible for me to believe that you are really what you appear in this assumed character, and would have me believe." Prince Camaralzaman thanked the king in the most humble expressions, that he might the better show his gratitude. "As for my profession," said he, "I must own I am not an astrologer, as your Majesty very judiciously observed. I only put on the habit of one, that I might succeed more easily in my ambition to be allied to the most potent monarch in the world. I am born a prince, and the son of a king and queen. My name is Camaralzaman. My father is Shahzaman, who now reigns over the islands that are known by the name of the Islands of the Children of Khaladan." He then told the adventures of his life, and the wonderful rise of his love, that the princesses was altogether as marvelous, and that both were confirmed by the exchange of 2 rings. When the prince had done speaking, the king said, "This history is so extraordinary, that it deserves to be known to posterity, and account of it shall be taken, and the original being deposited in my royal archives, I will spread copies of it abroad, that my own kingdom, and the kingdoms around me, may know it." The marriage was solemnized the same day, and the rejoicings for it were universal all over the Empire of China, nor was Marzavan forgotten. The king immediately gave him an honorable post in his court, and a promise to advance him higher afterwards. Prince Camaralzaman and the Princess Badora enjoyed the fullness of their wishes in the sweets of marriage, and the king kept continual feastings for several months, to testify his joy on the occasion. In the midst of these pleasures, Prince Camaralzaman one night dreamed that he saw his father Shahzaman on death bed, ready to give up the ghost, and heard him speak thus to his attendants, my son, whom I so tenderly loved, my son, whom I bred with so much fondness, so much care, has abandoned me, and is the cause of my death. He awoke and sighed, which wakened the princess, who asked him the reason of it. Alas, my love! Cried the prince, perhaps the very moment that I am speaking of it, my father is no more. He then acquainted her with his melancholy dream, and why that sad thought came into his head. The princess, who studied to please him in everything, presently contrived a way to do it, and, fearing that he would take less delight in her company if he was kept from seeing his father, went that very day to her father, whom she found alone. After kissing his hand, she thus addressed herself, Sir, I have a favor to beg of your majesty, and beseech you not to deny me. But, that you may not believe I am put upon it by the prince my husband, I assure you beforehand that he knows nothing of my asking it of you, it is, that you will give me leave to go and see the King Shahzaman, my father-in-law. The king replied, Daughter, though I shall be very sorry to lose your company, and part with you for so long a time as a journey to a place so distant will take up, yet I cannot disapprove of your resolution, it is worthy of yourself. Go, child, I give you leave, but on condition that you stay no longer than a year in King Shahzaman's court. I hope the king will be willing to come to this agreement with me, that we, in our turn, may see him, his son, and daughter-in-law, and I my daughter and son-in-law. The princess communicated the king of China's consent to Prince Camaralzaman, who was transported to hear it, and gave her 1,000 thanks for this new token of her love. The king of Chia commanded preparations to be made for the journey, and, when all things were ready, accompanied the prince and princess several leagues on their way. When they came to part, great was the weeping on all sides. The king embraced them, and desired the prince to be kind to his daughter, and to love her always with the same passion he then manifested towards her. So he left them to proceed on their journey, and, to divert himself, hunted all the way as he returned to his capital city. When Prince Camaralzaman and the Princess Badoura had dried up their tears, and given over mourning for parting with the King of China, they comforted themselves with thinking how glad King Shahzaman would be to see them, and how they should rejoice to see him. They traveled about a month incessantly, and at last came to a large field, planted with tall trees at convenient distances, under whose shade they went on very pleasantly. The weather being that day much hotter than ordinary, Camaralzaman thought it best to stay there during the heat, and proposed it to Badoura, who, wishing for the same thing, readily consented. They alighted in the most agreeable place of the grove, a tent was presently set up, and the princess, rising from the shade under which she sat down, entered it. The prince ordered his servants to pitch their tent also while they stayed there, and gave them directions himself how to do it. The princess, being weary with the fatigues of her journey, bid one of her women untie her girdle, which they laid down by her, and, falling asleep, her attendants left her by herself. Prince Camaralzaman, having seen all things in order, came to the tent where the princess was sleeping. He entered, and sat down, without making any noise, intending to take a nap himself, but observing the princess's girdle lying by her, he took it up, and looked upon the diamonds and rubies one by one. In doing so, he saw a little purse hanging to it tied fast with a riband. He felt it, and found there was something in it. Being desirous to know what it was, he opened the purse, and took out a cornelian, engraved with unknown characters and figures. This cornelian, said the prince to himself, must have something extraordinary in it, or my princess would not be at the trouble to carry it with her, and, indeed, it was Badora's talisman, or a scheme of her nativity drawn from the constellations of heaven, which the Queen of China had given her daughter as a charm that would keep her from all harm as long as she had it about her. The prince, to see what the talisman was, took it out to the light, the tent being dark, and, while he was holding it up in his hand, a bird darted down from the air, and snatched it away. Your Majesty may easily conceive the concern and grief of Prince Camaralzaman, when he saw the bird fly away with the talisman. Footnote: there is an adventure like this in the Romance of Peter of Provence and the Fair Maguelona, which was taken from the Arabic. He was more troubled at it than words can express, and cursed his unseasonable curiosity, by which means he had lost a treasure that was so exceedingly precious, and so much valued by his dear princess. The bird, having got her prize, pitched upon the ground, not far off, with the talisman in her mouth. The prince drew near it, in hopes she would drop it, but, as he approached, the bird took wing, and pitched again on the ground further off. Camaralzaman followed her, and the bird, having swallowed the talisman, took a small flight further off still. The prince, being very dexterous at a mark, thought to kill her with a stone, and still followed. The further she flew, the more eager he grew in pursuing, keeping her always in view. Thus the bird drew him along from hill to valley, and from valley to hill, all day, every step leading him out of the way from the field where he left his camp and the Princess Badora, and, instead of perching at night on a bush, where he might probably have taken her, she roosted on a high tree, safe from his pursuit. The prince, vexed to the heart for taking so much pains to no purpose, thought of returning to the camp, but, alas! He thought of it too late. Whither could he go? Which way return? How could he find out the untracked way of the mountains, and the untrodden paths of the valleys? Darkness spread over the heavens, and night, with the fatigues of the day's labor, would not suffer him to undertake so soon to return. The way he came, were there any hopes of his finding it? Ah! Said the despairing lover, if I knew which way to return, how durst I appear before my princess without her talisman? Overwhelmed with such afflicting thoughts, and tired with his pursuit of the bird, sleep came upon him, and he lay down under a tree, where he passed the night. He awoke next morning before the bird had left the tree, and, as soon as he saw her on the wing, followed her again the whole day, with no better success than the former, eating nothing but herbs and fruits all the way as he went. He did the same for 10 days together, pursuing the bird, and keeping her in his eye from morning till night, lying always under the tree where she roosted. On the 11th day, the bird still flying, Camaralzaman observed that he came near a great city. The bird made towards it, flew over the walls, and the prince saw no more of her, so he despaired of ever recovering the princess of Badora's talisman. Camaralzaman, whose grief was beyond expression, went to the city, which was built on the seaside, and had a fine port. He walked up and down the streets, without knowing where he was, or where to stop. At last he came to the port, in as great uncertainty as ever what he should do. Walking along the river side, he perceived the gate of a garden open, and an old gardener at work in it. The good old man, looking up, saw he was a stranger and a Mussulman, so he asked him to come in, and shut the door after him. Camaralzaman entered, and, as the gardener bade him shut the door, demanded of him why he was so cautious. Because, replied the old man, I see you are a stranger and a Mussulman newly arrived, and this city, being inhabited for the most part by idolaters, has a mortal aversion to us Mussulman, and use the few of us who are here with a great deal of barbarity. I suppose you did not know this, and it is a miracle that you have escaped. Considering how far you have come through them, these idolaters, being very apt to fall upon the Mussulman who are strangers, or to draw them into a snare, unless those strangers are instructed how to deal with and beware of them. Camaralzaman thanked the honest gardener for his advice, and the security he offered him in his house. He would have said more. But the good man interrupted him, saying, Let us wave. Complimenting, you are weary, and want to refresh yourself. Come and eat what we have, and lie down to rest, you are very welcome. He conducted him into his little hut, which, though small, was clean, and well defended from the injuries of the weather. He ordered the best provisions he had to be brought forth, and entertained the prince so heartily, that he was charmed with it, and at his request told him how he came there. When he had ended his story, without hiding any part of it, he asked him which was the nearest way to his father's territories. For it is in vain, said he, to think of finding my princess where I left her, wandering, as I have been, 11 days from that place. Ah, continued he, how do I know that she is alive? And, saying this, he burst out into tears that would have melted the most cruel and obdurate. The gardener replied, that there was no possibility of his going thither by land, the ways were so difficult, and the journey so long, besides, there was no manner of convenience for his subsisting, and if there was, he must necessarily pass through many barbarous nations, that he would never reach his father's, that the quickest passage would be to go to the Isle of Abene, whence he might easily transport himself to the Isles of the children of Khaladan, that there was a ship which sailed from the port where he was every year to Abene, and he might take that opportunity of returning to those islands. The ship departed, said he, but a few days ago, and it will be almost a year before it makes the voyage again, if you will accept of my house for your habitation so long, you will be as welcome to it as to your own. Prince Camaralzaman was glad he had met with such an asylum in a place where he had no knowledge of any man, nor any man of him, and where nobody could think it his interest to entertain or preserve him. He accepted the offer, and lived with the gardener till the time that the ship was to sail to the Isle of Abene. He spent his time all day in working in the garden, and all night in thinking of his dear Princess Bedora, in sighs, tears, and complaints. But we must leave him a while, and return to the princess, whom we left asleep in her tent. The story of the Princess Badoura, after her separation from Prince Camaralzaman. The princess slept a long time, and, when she awoke, wondered that Prince Camaralzaman was not with her. She called her women and asked them if they knew where he was gone. They told her they saw him enter the tent, but did not see him go out again. While they were talking, she spied her girdle, saw it had been meddled with, and, on examination, found the little purse open, and the talisman gone. She did not doubt but Camaralzaman had taken it in order to examine it, and that he would bring it back. She waited for him impatiently till night, and could not imagine what made him stay away so long. When it was quite dark, and she could hear nothing of him, she fell into a violent fit of grief. She cursed the talisman, and him that made it, and, had she not been restrained by duty, would have cursed her mother who gave it to her. She was the more troubled, because